MTN.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as Colorlink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior.
Syntax tank, are you strong? Are you tough?
Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to Newsfile. This is your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, as always, we put Ghana first. It's been a week of a lot of talk about alleged attack on free speech. We ask the question, is the NPP's outrage justified? Of course, it's not only the NPP that is outraged, but there are others who are unhappy. There are Bronya arrests, the 16 or more other arrests, the prosecutions under the infamous Section 208 of the Criminal Offences Act, that is false news with the intention to cause fear or likely to cause fear and alarm. Are we dealing with a legitimate fight against false news or a selective intimidation, particularly of the political opposition? Afenyo Marking berates the judge who denied Abronya bail. So we ask, when the minority leader openly lashes out at the presiding judge, does that amount to contempt and judicial intimidation, or a bold defense of free speech against judicial overreach? They have petitioned the diplomatic corps. Is internationalizing Ghana's free speech battles a necessary safeguard or a dangerous washing of the dirty linen abroad? They also are talking about a petition to impeach the judge, the Abronya judge. Does this cross the line into judicial harassment, or is it a constitutional accountability tool being rightly invoked? We'll tell you about how the outreach has been selective, very selective. And the political parties conveniently forget what they said yesterday as they say the things they say today. And those who say the things they say today, or those who said the things they said yesterday, will ask them a couple of questions against what they defend today. The GN Bank, or GN Savings and Loans, is back. The Court of Appeals gavel says, return the bank. The bank's or the BOG's revocation is an error. How did the central bank get it wrong? And what does this say about the regulatory competence of that institution? What are the implications of the verdict? Does the GN Bank's reinstatement restore confidence in the financial sector? We ask a number of questions. Of course, remember the NDC made a promise. President John Mahama, as the opposition leader, put his hand on his chest and made a promise that all victims of the financial, sector collapse will be restored. Well, let's find out what is happening to that. After he made that promise, there's been a reneging on that campaign promise to the victims of the collapsed financial institutions. A promise was that they will be paid within 1 year. Sweet talk with no fiscal anchor. Right, we'll be right back. But of course, yesterday some things happened. The NDC's General Mosquito Esiedun Ketia made some comments, and those comments is setting the party's internal cohesion in disarray. I'm Samson Ladia Yenini. We'll be right back.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Danica. Let's bring. He did it for you.
Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
Yes, next. Hey, Nadia Benson, Asamo.
Me didn't tum. Mr. Femi Kalika, just call me cockroach.
Now, Mr. Femi once now.
Hey, is that you? Impruka. Yeah. Captain was key to double the action. Me didn't sasso spray. Mr. Femi sasso quell. Yeah, go to my sasso.
Sasso, come and tum preko.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Do you want a healthy smile?
Have you ever experienced tooth sensitivity, especially when drinking or eating something hot or cold? It could be a sign of enamel erosion or gum recession. Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. Gum recession is where the gum pulls away from the tooth, exposing the root or neck of the tooth underneath. To prevent and treat enamel erosion, during your periodic dental visits, your dentist may offer fluoride treatments. Fluoride is a mineral that strengthens the teeth. When there is advanced gum recession, your dentist may need to place a composite filling to cover the exposed second layer part of the tooth. Don't wait till you start experiencing tooth sensitivity. Be diligent with your routine dental visits every 6 months to maintain your best oral health.
Healthy smile.
From Africa to football's biggest stage, you are invited to be a part of it. Feel the rush, the passion of every moment. Don't just watch the game. Live the FIFA World Cup experience. With VIP seatings, exclusive lounges, gourmet dining, priority access at every turn, luxury all around you. Seamless, effortless, exceptional. Because this is more than a ticket. This is your FIFA World Cup 2026 experience. Brought to you by Match Experience Hospitality.
Call 055 155 1119 or visit matchexphospitality.com to secure your packages or walk into any Absa Bank branch, our official banking partner, for more information and payment.
You're welcome back. And let me take you onto something's take quickly. I titled my take, The Duopoly's Demolition Derby. I've spoken about the pendulum of convenience. So good morning, everyone, fellow Ghanaians. If you look closely at the landscape of our Fourth Republic, you will notice something deeply terrifying. Yes, deeply terrifying. We have built a political architecture where our ruling elites no longer serve as trustees of the state. Instead, they act like transient tenants in a short-let apartment. They know that they have only 4 or 8 years, so they use the furniture as firewood. Let the pipes leak. That's what they do. Deplete the reserve and leave the structural mess for whoever checks in next. This isn't just about isolated cases of legal disputes or who was denied bail this week. The crisis we face is far larger, far more lethal. And you have heard me speak about the duopoly hijacking our democracy. It is about how the NPP and the NDC, the duopoly, that has hijacked this country. It's about how they have reduced Ghana's entire institutional, economic, and moral framework into a playground for short-sighted vengeance and partisan score settling. Yes, look at what we do in this country. One administration spends billions of taxpayers' money executing a sweeping national policy. It could be on education, it could be on health infrastructure, Agenda 111, it could be on, call it, affordable housing, a massive state intervention, or a regulatory shutdown under the grand banner of national interest. The state takes on massive debts, local capital is crushed, and lives are altered forever. Then the political tables turn. The next administration takes over. The courts or new administrators declare that the previous actions were unfair, unreasonable, or unlawful, and suddenly the state is forced to completely unwind the clock. When this does not happen, the parties conveniently abandon one project that is going on and they start new ones and they leave the projects to rot. This is the tragedy of Ghana today. We are trapped in a vicious cyclical demolition derby. What one party builds, the other is incentivized to tear down. What one party breaks, the other weaponizes. Our public discourse has been completely colonized by this binary madness. We have outsourced our national conscience to these two political machines that possess zero institutional memory and zero corrupt consistency. Hypocritical. Check the selective outreach you have seen this week, and you know what I'm talking about. They have created a pendulum of convenience. When they are in power, they use the full crushing weight of state machinery. The state attorneys, the regulators, the security apparatus as a hammer to smash anyone who doesn't wear their party colors. Then, the moment they cross over into opposition, they suddenly remember the text of the Constitution. They suddenly become born-again champions of fairness, human rights, and institutional independence. It is a shameless, stomach-churning double standard. The courts that were good yesterday and independent yesterday are no longer independent today, simply because one party has shifted into opposition. Those that said the court was a danger, they meant no good yesterday, today are the chief defenders of the courts. And the danger is that it deepens a profound toxic cynicism among the citizenry. Everyday Ghanaians are watching this game. They are realizing that these two parties do not care about building an enduring republic. The institutions they defended yesterday, they tear down today. They care about protecting their own, maintaining control over the state purse, and securing their next turn at the eating table. We are systematically destroying our own country. We are teaching our young people that the only way to survive, thrive, or protect any venture in Ghana is to buy a political party card. If your security and success require your political party to be in power, then we do not have a resilient republic. We have a casino. So let us ask a question that very few in our republic, in our public life, have the courage to articulate, but which millions of our compatriots feel every single day. To those of you who are part of this country's establishment or ruling classes, past or present, whatever your color, blue or green, are you truly proud of the country you have built, you are building, compared to the comfortable, sheltered, first world lives that you have built for yourselves on the back of this country? You enjoy private fortresses of privilege, fully subsidized by a struggling population, while the mass of ordinary citizens feel that changing government through elections does absolutely nothing to change their lived reality. We cannot continue like this and expect to survive as a stable democracy. A nation cannot mature when its laws, its regulatory decisions, and its economic interventions are treated as partisan footballs. We must heed the profound, piercing warning of Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh, the Executive Director of the CDD Ghana, who perfectly captured the existential danger of this conduct. He observed that our democracy has been turned against us, warning that instead of a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, this duopoly has left us with a system that is of the party, by the party, and for the party. Party people do no wrong. Only party people must prosper. If our ruling class does not wake up from this destructive partisan intoxication, if they do not stop practicing state capture and return to principled governance, they will look back one day and realize that in their haste to demolish their political opponents, they have successfully demolished the very foundation of the republic itself. And that is my take. We'll be right back with my guest. You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. My guest, Cletus Alengna, who is lawyer, managing partner, S&A Law Consultancy, who led Dr. Papa Kwesi Nduom's GN Savings and Loans Bank to the court. I think at the beginning, Justice Shremsai, whilst he was not Deputy Attorney General, and then Alengna took over after that. Suleiman Abrahima, Executive Director, Media Foundation for West Africa. They have also issued their verdict on the repression of free speech. Those of you who think this is the first time they are doing it, you are not in town at all. They have been doing this for a very long time. Bobby Banson is lawyer and lecturer, Ghana School of Law at Makola. And right here, Senior Hosi, convener, One Ghana Movement, finance and economic policy analyst. To my extreme left is Andrew Ejapamesa, who is also a lawyer, former MP, second D, former Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture. He was also in the Energy Ministry. I'll be after senior here is Inus Afuseni, former MP, Tamale Central, and former Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. He was also the Minister for Roads at the time. Dr. Nana Kweku Nduom, President, Group Nduom Ghana, also joins us. Gentlemen, good morning. Thank you very much for making time to join us here.
Good morning.
Good morning. Right. So let's begin with Kweku. Kweku, good morning. Thank you very much for making time to join us.
Good morning. Good morning from Elmina.
Great.
It's great to be.
Great. Now, before we hear you, let's listen to your dad, Dr. Papakwesi Nduom, and a couple of comments around the sweet victory that you just chalked in the Court of Appeal this week.
It's been a difficult, very, very difficult 7 years. We want to thank family. We want to thank all of our employees. We've had some very, very, very loyal, hardworking employees who have stood with us all these years. And definitely, we give thanks to Almighty for keeping us healthy enough to be where we are. Because this has been a very, very tough, very difficult time that we have gone through. It's just unimaginable. There's a lot to say, but not today. At the appropriate time, we look forward to the press conference to go through what we have experienced and the difficulties moving forward. What I want to say also is that we are in a very good political environment. That environment has brought about a wind of change. And we are expecting that with the license restored, that we will now play our part in making sure that this country achieves the level of prosperity that is needed. There are just too many difficulties. Some people have died. Some have lost their jobs. Assets have been destroyed.
All right, so that's Dr. Papakwesi Nduom. It's been 7 years of being in the courts, going through High Court, Supreme Court, going to Court of Appeal, and now this is where you are. Kweku, congratulations on this unanimous Court of Appeal victory. The court described the Bank of Ghana's 2019 revocation of your license as unfair, unreasonable. From where you sit, your perspective, what specific facts or arguments finally convinced the appellate judges where the High Court previously fell short?
Okay, well, thank you very much. Good morning once again to you, your panel, and all the listeners in Ghana and around the world. I'm really grateful to have the opportunity to be on this platform, and obviously happy that it's under these circumstances. And as Dr. Nduom said, it's been an extremely difficult period for our employees, our families, our customers, and other stakeholders. I'm glad that we have this opportunity to rebuild. Our lawyer who's going to be on who is on the program will be better suited to give the legal explanation. But the crux of the matter in lay terms to me is that it was untrue that the institution was insolvent and unable to pay its obligations. It was actually on the advice of the Bank of Ghana that we opted to reclassify as a savings and loan institution. And there were a number of requirements that we were obligated to fulfill when we reclassified. We were very diligent in meeting those requirements, and we had made significant progress within the 8 months between the reclassification and the revocation. So it came as quite a shock to us when we heard that the license had been revoked after all the work that we had put in place. So I believe the appellate court just recognized the situation for what it was and acted accordingly.
Well, so you're right. And Cletus is here. He will speak to the legal question. But you have consistently maintained that your financial struggles were directly caused by the government and its contractors who were owing you billions. How does this ruling vindicate your stance on who actually owed whom?
Yes. Well, so this ruling definitely provides some level of vindication. And it was no secret that in 2017, lots of contracts were put on hold so that the government could review and conduct whatever investigations they wanted to conduct. And that had a significant impact on not only the contractors, but the entities that finance them. But, this practice is not a new thing. I mean, we've been financing contracts for several years. And, over the past decade and a half or so, up to 10 billion CDs of contracts that we financed. And we've selected those contracts very, very diligently and specifically. We looked for contracts that were sponsored by entities such as COCOBOD that had a history of paying them on time. And, so every 4 years or every time there's a new administration, they do this process of reviewing contracts to make sure that things are okay. And normally what happens is that they pay after that review period, they resume payments. But this time around, those contracts were reviewed. And even though they weren't seemed to be or deemed to be fraudulent, they were not resumed for a lot of contractors, including many of our contractors. And that played a major role in the liquidity issues that many financial institutions suffered from. I mean, if you look at us, we had over 300 million Ghana Cedis in just IPCs. And that was just the face value. And as you may know, if IPCs aren't paid on time, they accrue statutory interest. So if that money, just the IPCs, was paid, we wouldn't be having the conversation that we're having now. We wouldn't have had to reclassify to a savings and loan company in the first place. Okay, so during this process, there were some deliberate lies put out there about the money that was at stake. I mean, we had set up a team with the Ministry of Finance. We spent several hours, tens of hours, sitting down with the Ministry of Finance. We had an independent audit of our portfolio, and we delivered all of this information. And at the last minute, somehow they decided to write a letter to Bank of Ghana saying that it was only 30 million Ghana Cedis that was due to us, a bold-faced lie. And that was one of the key pieces of evidence that was used against us in revoking the license.
I know one small micro, finance institution. That's a different story. That was said to be insolvent, and the license revoked. But guess what? It is its own resources, money that was sitting there, that was used to pay off all its customers. Its assets remained untouched, and it had a good balance still sitting in its accounts. So I asked myself, what happened? It looked like a clear mistake. Well, let's come to you. You have described the last 7 years as incredibly painful. Can you talk us, tell us about the human costs of this shutdown, specifically the thousands of jobs or job losses that we have heard Dr. Papa Kwesi Nduom speak about, and some members of your team also speak about, the job losses across your branches, the impact it has had on everyday Ghanaian depositors who believed in the GN brand.
Yes. So, at one point, GN Bank and its affiliates had direct and indirect employment of employees of over 5,000 people. Okay, and so up to around January 2019, before the reclassification, we had 3,000 employees working in and around GN Bank. So when we reclassified, we had to go down to about 1,600. Okay, and then when the license was revoked, those 1,600 jobs, direct jobs, disappeared. Then we had about 1,200 indirect jobs. We had 4 security personnel for each branch. We had a cleaner for each branch. Multiply that by 300 branches. And you can see that that's a very significant personal toll. And each of those individuals has people that they support. So when you multiply it out, you can see that the total impact was quite significant. And then you also have, within the group, we had a lot of our institutions who
do this multiplication and give us an idea. Give us a rough idea. What are we looking at?
Oh, I'd say about 4,500 direct and indirect jobs. And then but then you also, it's not even just the jobs that were lost, but the impact on the operations of the institutions, including our institutions who banked at the bank, because our deposits were basically lean. So the companies the group Nduom companies that invested in or deposited with GN Savings had their money lean for several years, and that also had an impact on their operations.
You fought through the human rights courts, the Supreme Court, the High Court, the Court of Appeal. There were many moments where the door seemed firmly shut against you. Tell us, what kept you and your team fighting when many expected you to give up?
Well, that's a very good question. I think when you look at the comments of the people who have who are looking at some of these articles that have come up, a lot of people mention the strength and determination of Dr. Nduom. And I think that it was his leadership and his energy and persistence that has really inspired and amazed all of us. I mean, we've heard a lot of people come to us and say that they were just amazed at how we managed to keep our heads up through this whole period. But yeah, the reality of it is that our heads weren't necessarily up the whole time. It was extremely difficult for him, for all of us. But I think it was just the belief that we had done something positive by building this institution, and that it was built for the right reasons, that we had taken the right actions to try and grow that organization that kept us optimistic and relentless in pursuing justice.
The court has ordered an immediate handback of all your possession, management, and control of assets to your shareholders. Practically speaking, people are asking, how do you expect this handover to work, given that some assets may have been liquidated, transferred, or degraded over the last 6-7 years?
Yes, well, it's definitely true, and I think one of the things that we've tried to put out there over the years is the extent to which, I mean, we haven't even needed to do that much work. If you drive around the country, people can see the branches are still there, the signs are still there, and they can see the condition of those branches. We have pictures and videos of vehicles, generators, motorcycles that are rusting, that have just been exposed to the elements, and a lot of them are no longer around. I mean, places where you would have seen 100 or 200 cars parked, if you go there today, you'll see 4 or 5 cars. So a lot of the assets have been disposed of. We are waiting for the detailed instructions from the court. They did make some comments during the ruling that there were some third parties that would have acquired some of these assets, and that if those acquisitions were made in good faith, that there's not much that can be done. But for those that weren't, that some action could be taken to recover them. But it's going to be a long and complicated process to try and restore what was had, just because so much time has passed,
right,
and so much has happened.
You have boldly pledged to restore the business and make it even better than the first time. What are the first 3 tactical steps that you intend to take to fiscally reopen doors? And what's your message to former customers whose funds have been tied up?
Okay, so in terms of the first 3 steps, I mean, I think number 1, you want to make sure that you have the right team in place. Well, obviously, we have to sit down with the stakeholders. We have to sit down with Bank of Ghana. We have to sit down with the receiver, and I think so that's a given. But we need to make sure that we have a competent, experienced team in place whose values are aligned with the values of the group, and they will participate in really planning and directing the way forward. So I think that's number 1, is the right team. Number 2 is going to be the right systems, both the physical infrastructure and the technological infrastructure. And I think we have most of those resources in place. Ghana isn't the only place where we've done banking, so we are aware of and have participated in the movement from brick and mortar banking to digital banking. So making sure that we have all the tools in place would be number 2, technologically and physically. And then I think number 3 would be that the surrounding infrastructure, the corporate governance, the board of directors, and the relationship with regulators and other stakeholders needs to be in place and needs to be very strong. We need to make sure that people understand and believe that things are being done in the best interest of the consumers. In terms of the customers who have been affected by this whole thing, we believe that a vast majority of them have been paid their money. We hope that that is the case. What we've been told is that most of them have been paid. For those of them that haven't been paid, or if there's anything that we need to do to help ensure that people are made whole in case they aren't, we would obviously do what we can to accelerate that. I think everybody who is involved regrets how this thing went down, and we hope we can restore everything for everyone, not just us.
Okay, thank you. My very final question perhaps to you is whether you recognize that this your victory reopens this intense national debate over the entire 2018-2019 banking sector cleanup. Whether you recognize the question that it throws up about how the Bank of Ghana may have acted wrongly against many other victims of the shutdown. I just gave one example that a while ago.
Yes. Well, this whole cleanup was it was very, very painful for a lot of people. I have friends who were caught up in this thing and they were affected very personally. And I think that there's a lot of anger by the people who felt that they were treated unfairly. I just hope that, it's good that these questions are being asked. I hope that the answers can be found in a way that is with a sense of urgency, but then also in an unbiased fashion. I think what we all want is the right thing to be done. We want the truth to come out. Some of the statements that were made against us and others have followed us for years. If you look at the statement that Bank of Ghana put against us, it canceled. We lost deals. We lost tens of millions of dollars in terms of deals that we could have had. And time again, people have pointed to those statements made against us. So we are not the only ones who have suffered so greatly from some of the allegations and statements that were made. So I just hope that that others will have a similar experience of being able to have the truth be put out there. And in the cases where they were right, that it should be recognized and they should have their due justice.
All right. Thank you very much, Kweku, for making time to be with us. And as you said, as I understand, you are in a Lemina and something nice is happening there because your dad is supposed to be leading a graduation process, right?
That's right. Yeah, this will be the fourth or fifth graduation and matriculation at the Nduom School of Business and Technology. So we will be attending there to celebrate the graduates and welcome the new matriculants.
All right. You do have a good day. Thank you very much. Now let me return to the studio. And but before I do that, let me show you this promise that President Mahama made in the lead up to the campaign about, because we don't want it to be limited to the Nduom group only, but to the others who are now, up in arms, asking that they should be paid, because the president promised them that they will be paid within 1 year if they voted the NDC back into power. Listen to the president.
To hear government officials justify the huge amounts it is spending to manage the impact of the collapse of Ghanaian financial institutions, which they now put at a whopping 21 billion Ghana cedis. I weep for the many who have lost their jobs, the many who have lost their jobs, the many who have lost their businesses, and the many who have lost their livelihoods as a result of these policies. I pledge on behalf of the NDC that we shall, within 1 year of being in office, pay all funds that have been locked up with the collapsed financial institutions. Within our first year in office, we shall pay to all the beneficiaries all funds locked up in the collapsed financial institutions. It is a promise. We shall not put together any long-term payment plan that will further worsen the living conditions of the victims.
Right. What a sweet promise, Mr. President. Within 1 year. It was within the 1 year that Evans Mensah put this question to the finance minister. Let's hear him, Akufo-Addo.
ask him about those whose funds are locked up. And this is from the banking cleanup that happened. A lot of the banks went under. It appears from this message that there are a lot of people still whose funds are locked up. They haven't received their funds. When are they going to get them?
So, Evans, let me be blunt here. I have fundamental problems with this particular issue. First, government has no business in collapsing companies and taking liabilities and using 30 billion cedis of taxpayers' money to fund it. It is so wrong. So wrong. One, government isn't a shareholder. So I'm not talking of state-owned banks. I'm talking of private businesses that have collected people's deposit. And for some interesting reason, they have failed to honor the terms of the agreement they had. And that all of a sudden, the state should pay. Granted that the state is paying another 20, 30 billion. You know what will happen? I will not be able to do these allocations that I'm doing for schools, for hospitals, and all. So what is the opportunity cost? This is a country that is just coming from debt distress. Am I going to borrow another 10 billion and saddle the state with additional debt? Whilst a businessman who has collected this money and has run away? No way. No way. I don't think I have to run state's resources like that. My view, if care is not taken and we go that route, business owners will collect depositors' money and go at large, and the state would take that responsibility. In fact, we shouldn't have started that at all. We should have gone after their assets. Previously, they should have gone after those assets. And they should have, and that is why there's central bank. And that is why you have some payment you have to put there. When we were leaving office in 2015, we set up the depositors insurance scheme and all to provide a system. The state cannot be paying this. And the taxpayer cannot be used as punching bag all the time. At any time somebody set up a microfinance or savings and loan company, they run it aground and they just go and a central bank move in and collapse it and transfer the debt to the Ministry of Finance to pay. Am I going to stop paying school feeding? Am I going to stop paying capitation grant? Because the money must come from somewhere. The money must come from somewhere. Tell me, what am I cutting to pay the person who gave his investment to a private person to mismanage? So I have fundamental issues with that. I think government has no business in going into that and be taking those responsibilities to pay. In fact, we do not even have the money to do that.
Yeah. So basically, for those who may have money so locked, for them, anything.
So I think for them, the central bank, who is the regulator, must get involved and to recover those assets and to use those assets to settle them.
Right, so that's the finance minister against what the president has said. We don't want to limit the discussion only to the GN Bank because the groups have been asking in the course of the week what's happening to the promise to pay them all, according to the president, and that they were not going to do the payment in some structured manner, one-off, just sort everybody out. So let me begin with Japa Mensah, GN Bank celebrating a victory, and then also those who lost their, and got a promise from the government.
Thank you. Let me say good morning to my colleagues who are with me on the panel this morning and our cherished viewers and listeners. And even before I start, to take opportunity of a platform to wish my boss, my good friend and brother, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, a very happy and glorious birthday. He turns 58 today, and I can only wish him the best of what he desires.
And our sincere condolences to you and your family as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You see, Samson, personally, I felt a lot of empathy for the Nduom group and what befell them. When the decision was delivered last couple of days, I felt pretty much, well, if the Court of Appeal is minded to set aside the decision of the High Court, consistent with due process, why not? Then I read the post on Facebook by the spokesperson or the deputy spokesperson to the president, who posted, I am actually happy.
Who are you quoting?
Shamima Muslim. I'm actually happy for the GN Group. We should be supporting the growth of Ghanaian businesses, not collapsing them without recourse. President Mahama is not a vindictive leader. And I said, hold on a minute. What is the spokesperson at the presidency telling Ghanaians? That it was as a result of the non-vindictiveness of the president, the reason for the outcome of the decision by the Court of Appeal. So I managed to find the High Court judgment, and I've read it. And I feel sad that Nduom this morning is trying to play victim and suggesting that some falsehood was put out there as basis for revoking the license of GN Savings and Loans. He says that they were not insolvent and that they were in a position to pay their debt as and when they fell due. Essentially painting a picture as if to say that there was some witch hunting that the government of Ghana had to take to, as it were, resolve these banks.
At least 3 judges at the Court of Appeal agree with him.
Same way 3 judges at the Court of Appeal agreed with the Akufo-Addo 4 case. But the Supreme Court, in a unanimous decision, set the appeal aside and restored the High Court judgment. I don't want to preempt what the outcome would be, because I would be extremely surprised that the Bank of Ghana would not appeal this High Court decision. You see, interestingly, when I perused the judgment, and when I related to some of the things that...
You mean the High Court judgment?
The High Court judgment. This is what the court said in reference to GN banks or savings and loans inability to pay its depositors when they visited the bank to withdraw their monies. It said at page 39, a typical situation can be seen from Exhibit YAO 1, 2, and 3, where third parties had petitioned the first respondent, and the first respondent is the Bank of Ghana, to intervene in retrieving their funds from the third respondent, which is GN Savings and Loans. The applicants, which is Dr. Nduom and his group, trivialized these exhibits by contending that they are insignificant in the conclusion by the first respondent and the third respondent was insolvent. So the evidence that was adduced before the court, that even small sums of monies that were being demanded from GN Bank, they could not pay. The law is clear as to how you classify an agency or an entity that is insolvent. That if it is unable to pay its debt as and when they fall due. So the court concluded that even if you could not even pay these small sums of money that were being sought by these depositors, how are you then going to be in a position to pay the big obligations that you owed? Indeed, in fact, the court proceeded to indicate that, assuming without admitting that the IPCs that Nduom's company claimed that its sister company held were all reconciled, still it was not in a position to meet its obligations.
IPCs are interim payment certificates.
So it wasn't as
monies the state owed contractors.
Yes, and it wasn't as if all these factors were not considered. The court took pains to go through all of them and arrived at the conclusion that the Bank of Ghana had taken a decision consistent with the provisions of Section 16 of the Banks and Special Deposit-Taking Institutions Act in closing down, GN savings.
Unfortunately, due process, the High Court's decision has gone to a court of appeal.
I don't have a problem.
And the three wise men
interestingly,
have shut it down.
Interestingly, it turned out that the lawyers for Dr. Pakwesi Nduom and his group was Justice Sremsai, the current Deputy Attorney General. Now I'm told that when, and indeed and in fact, Nduom and his group sued the Bank of Ghana, the Attorney General, and the GN Savings and Loans Company Limited, in this case, the receiver. The Attorney General at the Court of First Instance filed the defense because the state had been sued to protect the state's interest. Bank of Ghana filed a response to the application. The receiver also filed an application.
You are referring to in the previous regime?
In the Court of First Instance.
In the previous regime?
In the previous regime. It turns out, however, that on appeal, the Attorney General did not file even a single paper. So then I go back to Shamima Muslim's post and ask, is it the case that this is something that has been concocted to have the Court of Appeal set aside the High Court decision, the reason why the Attorney General of the Republic failed to defend the interest of the Republic at the Court of Appeal?
The High Court decision you are referring to is dated when?
It's dated 24th January 2024. At the time,
so hold on. It's important. You have said that. January 2024.
Yes.
You know that the appeal would have been filed in 2024, correct?
Yes.
So who didn't defend the Republic?
That's why I said I'm told. So let us see the decision, the full decision of the Court of Appeal, so that we can interrogate these things further. Because if what I'm being told, and this came from the lawyer of the Bank of Ghana, is indeed the truth, then it will make sense why anybody will conclude that the president is not a vindictive leader. Otherwise, how would it be the case that a court of competent jurisdiction has made a determination in a matter and it is being attributed to the non-vindictiveness of the president? I cannot understand. But like I said, look, if the court is minded to set aside a High Court decision, I do not have a difficulty at all. But to want to claim victim when the facts of the matter doesn't support it, is it claiming victim or celebrating the victory they have secured from the court? I'm entitled to construe his response. And remember that
you sought to impute again that the Deputy Attorney General, formerly of the law firm that had led this process, and so the Attorney General did not put up a defense. And my question to you is that if the decision was delivered in January of 2024, within 3 months, the appeal would have been lodged.
Not necessarily, you can seek leave for extension of time. So let's find out.
We'll come back.
So let's find out.
Wait.
When indeed the appeal was filed, because we do not have...
No, the appeal would not have been filed out of time. But you just hold on. The lawyer is on the line.
Very well.
I'll get to him.
Very well.
The appeal would have been filed within 2024. And the Attorney General who should have defended it would be the Attorney General of your party in government. So how does that work? The way you're seeking to...
So that's fine. Like I said, I'm prepared to await the full reasoned decision of the Court of Appeal. I indicated that I'm being told, okay, so if what I've put out is incorrect, then it sounds to reason that my source may be incorrect. But where it came from, I'm inclined to believe that that is indeed what transpired. But that's beside the point. I'm saying that...
No, but before that point, before the next point you make, you also know that in our courts, even if the other party does not file their arguments, the courts don't take the one who filed this argument as sacrosanct. Yeah. So you have situations where somebody has filed the process before the court and the other party didn't file and they still lose.
I agree.
Okay, now go on with your next point.
But the coincidences is what is striking. Okay, now, the insolvency bit was not the only grounds on which the Bank of Ghana revoked the license of GN Bank.
Okay.
In fact, the statement that the Bank of Ghana issued on 16th August 2019, which announced the revocation of the license of not only GN Bank, but 22 others. It listed several other infractions that GN Bank had committed. None of those were challenged before the court. None of them. The related party transactions were not challenged. 83% of GN Bank's loan book had actually gone to related parties. It wasn't challenged. The transfers of $62 million from GN Bank to International Business Solutions, another company owned by Group Nduom, which is based in the USA, for purposes of acquiring a bank in the States, was not challenged. The structure of its balance sheet was not challenged. Its negative capital adequacy ratio of 61.20% was not challenged. When the prudential requirement is at 13%, positive 13%, you had negative 61.20 capital adequacy ratio. How was the Bank of Ghana, in its right regulatory frame of mind, going to allow you to proceed to exist? So why are we being told that Mr. Nduom and his group were victims under the circumstances under which their licenses were revoked?
So you disagree with the courts? That's what you want to say?
Like I said, I'm a lawyer. To the extent that their decision has not been challenged, that's what is prevailing. But then again, what the court said when it delivered its judgment was only a 2-paragraph statement, which is to the effect that we hold that if the trial court had probably averted its mind to the burden of proof and the evidence adduced by the appellant, it would have arrived at a different conclusion. Revocation was not justified and was unreasonable. Appeal succeeds. That's what the court said. The decision of first respondent for the first license of third respondent is hereby called up for purpose of being quashed, and same is quashed. Restore license to third respondent. Receiver to immediately hand over control of assets and management of assets to the third respondent. Assets of third respondent shall be handed over at the current state and not at the state when the receiver took over. This is essentially what the court said. But the court cannot give this and leave it hanging. It will have to give a reasoned decision, which we don't know when it's going to come up. But if it certainly comes, it will afford us all the opportunity to interrogate, to see whether indeed the court of first instance did not apply the evidential rules appropriately or otherwise.
Thank you. Let me go to Cletus. Cletus, you have some questions to answer raised by Ejapa Mensah. And as you may also see, people are asking questions because Dr. Nduom has been applauding John Mahama, has been thanking him. And in one of his recent comments, he says, gratitude to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for the promise he made as a presidential candidate to return banks collapsed unjustly and for creating an enabling and positive social and economic environment in the country. You will recall that when the decision was given, as Dr. Nduom stepped out of court and journalists, sought interviews with him, one of the lines of his response was a good regime, a praise for the government. What do you say? That this cannot be exactly, divorced from, as in the presidential temperature, cannot be divorced from what has happened in the courtroom.
Well, thank you very much, Samson. And I
Good morning to all the panel in the studio. Something when BOG was revoking the license of GN savings and loans, they did it by a letter. And so if the government wanted to restore the license as promised, they didn't have to wait for the court to give its decision. Upon assumption of office, the government could have issued a letter and then restored GN savings and loans license, and then they would have started operating by now. That is not what happened. We were in court, and we have been in court since 2019, gone through all the processes until the court finally delivered its judgment on Thursday, saying that the decision that was taken by the Bank of Ghana was wrong. And so I don't think we can, by any stretch of imagination, link it to any promise made by any person prior to elections or thereafter. This is purely a legal battle which has ended where we ended on Thursday.
Or coincidence, you mean? Pure coincidence?
Well, I wouldn't even call it coincidence because the government has not done anything to restore the license. That was a promise, but that is not how it has been done. Okay. What has happened is that the court has rather ordered BOG to restore the license. They are two different things altogether. BOG could have, on their own, restored the license if they wanted to. But that was not what has happened. In fact, BOG, when we were in court, as at the last minute, BOG still challenged and defended their decision that they were right in revoking the license, and the Court of Appeal disagreed with them. And so it's not as if the government has restored the license. No, the court has ordered BOG to restore the license. That is what has happened. Okay. And I think we ought to be very clear.
You just mentioned a defense. Tying that one properly to as a response to Japan Mensah about what he says he's learning, that the states, by the Attorney General, appear to have allowed you some, free room to score.
I don't think the state has allowed us any free room to score. If you look at what we took to court, our main claims were actually against the Bank of Ghana, because it was a human rights action which was insisted that the decision taken by the Bank of Ghana was irrational and it in breach of the applicant's right to administrative justice, their right to property, and other things. The Attorney General was just added as a nominal defendant. They were not the main purpose. They were not the main defendants of the case. Bank of Ghana at all material times was the main defendant.
In fact,
the receiver because...
In fact, in the human rights action, by our rules, I think that you may just be required to notify the Attorney General in this case and not to make them a party, right?
That is correct. You can notify the Attorney General, but instead of notifying, you can also add the Attorney General, because once a human right, it's a public law action.
That's
and
right.
The Attorney General has the right to intervene. And so the practice has been, the rule says you should notify them. But the practice for some people have been just to add them as a party, so that if they want to defend, they defend. If they don't want to, they stay out and allow the actual parties to do their matter. So as I was explaining, BOG was the main thing, because it's the BOG's decision that we were seeking to quash. And so the BOG was the main respondent to the action. And BOG filed defenses up to the Court of Appeal, filed their written submissions. In fact, they were out of time. They had to come to the court to seek leave to file their written submissions out of time, which we did not even oppose. And then they filed their written submissions, and the court determined the matter on its merits. And so it's not as if somebody just sat somewhere and then allowed the process to go in one favor. But
so you are confirming that the Attorney General did not file any, as it were, arguments in this matter?
What I can confirm is that in the Court of Appeal, the Attorney General did not file written submissions. That is a fact.
When was the appeal filed?
The appeal was filed on the 29th of January 2024.
Okay.
29th of January 2024. That was when the appeal was filed within time. It wasn't filed out of time. They didn't have to seek leave to file the appeal.
How do you respond to the imputation that Justice Fremsai was Nduom's lawyer? I mean, you guys work together. How do you respond to that? And that may have influenced why there was no Attorney General response, even though your last answer appears to be a good answer already.
I mean, I do not think that has any consequence or any impact on the matters that were being tried in court. Even at the trial court, when the Attorney General filed submissions, You read them and you see that it's almost like a replica of the same thing that the BOG was saying. They were not saying anything different. Probably that's why they thought it wise not to waste resources to be repeating the same thing again. Because it's the same thing that the BOG was saying, that they were saying. Because and sometimes you know, when you sue the AG about something that the state institution had done, the AG would go and seek responses from that state institution, to be able to find their response. And so what the AG was saying was, in essence, the information that Bank of Ghana has given them. And so their written submissions, the two of them were filing, their defenses and submissions were basically the same. They were no difference. And so probably that is why maybe they thought it wise not to waste resources when we finished the matter at the High Court, and then allow the BOG, which was the main respondent, to defend the action to its latter.
Okay, but you can confirm to us that as we speak, you do not work from Justice Ramsay's firm, right?
Samson, I'm the managing partner of SNA Law and Consultancy. I do not work in Justice Ramsay's firm. Okay, thank you. Now to the substantive, a bit of the substantive points. You are saying that the facts that Japan Mensah, speaks to in the High Court decision, where your client's bank, the balance sheet was not impugned. The balance sheet of your client, which was negative, and confirmed that they were insolvent and so on and so forth. There was no evidence to counter it. What do you say to that? That is the main thing. So why is it that the Court of Appeal will overturn the decision? So let me take it systematically. There are two provisions under Act 930 under which the Bank of Ghana can revoke a license of a financial institution. One is Section 16. Under Section 16, the Bank of Ghana will have to give the supposed defaulter notice of the default and then require them to make amends. It's only when that is not done that the Bank of Ghana can revoke the license. The other section is Section 123. In Section 123, the Bank of Ghana doesn't even have a choice. It is titled mandatory revocation. And the only grounds under which Bank of Ghana can revoke a license under 123 is insolvency. It's either the financial institution is insolvent or the financial institution will be insolvent in the next 60 days. That is the only reason. And when that happens, the Bank of Ghana doesn't have a choice. They have to revoke, and they do not even give you notice. You just wake up in the morning and you hear the notice, which is what happened in this case. You wake up in the morning and the notice was all in the media that the license has been revoked, even before the management of GM Bank even became officially notified by it. And so I think Honorable Mensah said the Bank of Ghana was actually revoking under Section 16. The revocation was not done under Section 16. It was done under Section 123. That is a very clear difference that we should make. Two, indeed, he mentions that the Bank of Ghana mentioned so many factors under which they revoked the license. And I think that's part of the argument we made in court, because the right to administrative justice requires that when a decision maker is making a decision, he must take into consideration only relevant matters and leave out all irrelevant matters. And so once you come under Section 123, the only thing you must consider is whether the bank is insolvent or not. Any other factors are irrelevant. If you want to go use those other factors to revoke the license, you will come under Section 16, you will give the person a hearing, let the person give why ABC has happened, and then you can make your decision. But once you come under Section 123, all other matters are irrelevant. And indeed, all the things that the Bank of Ghana mentioned, which Honorable Japan Mensah also retweeted, the law actually provides a punishment for all of them. For example, if you look at Section 33, it provides a remedy for breaching the capital adequacy ratio, which is an administrative fine. If you look at Section 64, it provides a remedy for breaches of financial exposure to related parties, which is also an administrative fine. If you look at Section, Section 94, it provides a penalty for failure to publish audited accounts, which is an administrative fine. So all the things that Bank of Ghana were saying, the law actually provides a remedy for them. So that was not the relevant thing, and that's one of the things we pointed out to court. That's not the reason why they said we were revoking the license. So all those matters were even irrelevant. What is the relevance of the matter? The relevance of the matter is that, was the bank solvent at the time the license was revoked? And that is what we argued, that the institution was was not insolvent. And it's because the Bank of Ghana failed to take into consideration all the assets owned by the institution. Because when you are talking about insolvency, there are two ways. It's either the law itself defines it. It's either you are unable to pay your liabilities when they fall due, or your liabilities exceed your assets. None of them were present. The exhibits that Mr. Japa mentioned that the court says if they have taken those exhibits into consideration, they would have come to the conclusion the bank was not insolvent. And that's actually the point that we had made from day one, that all those IPCs, debt owed by government, which had been admitted previously, all those ones were discounted. And the Bank of Ghana now came back to tell us that all what they could confirm was some 30 million Ghana cedis. And indeed, something, when they wrote to GN Bank, GN Savings and Loans, that they could confirm 30 million, GN responded and told them that we disagree with you because the money we are talking about is in excess of hundreds of millions. And so if anything at all, let us sit down and reconcile our accounts. Then let's move from there. BOG did not respond to that letter. And in less than a week after that letter, the license was revoked. Okay. So that's actually what happened. So it's not as if the Court of Appeal is doing anything. There is the evidence we put before the Court of Appeal that the Court of Appeal looked and said that indeed, if the bank had taken these matters into consideration, they would have come to the conclusion that the bank was not insolvent. Let me respond to the exhibits you mentioned from the High Court ruling. Quickly. The exhibit YA01, 2, and 3. YA01 was Bank of Ghana's own letter that they had provided some support to the savings and loans company, and that they will require them to make payment later. It wasn't a demand that was not met because they were not immediately required to make that payment. 1A02 and 1A03 are petitions that the Bank of Ghana alleged they had received from some depositors who said they were going to access their funds and they couldn't access them. These matters were never brought to the attention of the GM Bank for them to even respond whether indeed the people came and they didn't get their money or not. And that's what we made in court. Because when the Bank of Ghana received it, they never brought it to attention. Okay. I mean, if you receive a petition that the person cannot pay, bring it to attention and let's confirm that indeed we can pay. But that's not what happened.
All right. Thank you very much. But perhaps a final question to you, Cletus. Well, certainly, I don't know, but you may have been a bit surprised that the decision was unanimous in your favor. But practically, that's the question people are asking. Practically, how's this going to happen? Because some of the assets have been liquidated, have been sold, and so on and so forth. Some of them, they have changed, their character have changed, and so on. Yep.
Yeah, something I think first of all, I wasn't surprised that the decision was unanimous. I wasn't surprised because we believed in the arguments that we put before the court, and we were very convinced that the Court of Appeal will be convinced by the argument. So yes, we were not surprised that the decision was unanimous. Yes. Secondly, the Court of Appeal itself took judicial notice of the fact that the receiver has been in charge of the assets for the company for 7 years, and some might have changed hands into third-party hands. So the Court of Appeal actually made orders specifically in respect of that and said that for assets that are currently in the hands of third parties, we need, if the third parties acquire them in good faith, then they should be entitled to them. But if they do not acquire them in good faith, then we will be entitled to them. So essentially what it means is that any person who has acquired any interest in any of the assets of GN Savings and Loans, we have to take all of them on a case-by-case basis and then look at how. So
the proceeds realized from those acquisitions will now be paid to your clients, or you lose that?
So the receiver will now have to tell us where those proceeds are, because he is the one who was dealing with them. Okay. So he has to tell us where those proceeds are. If those proceeds are still available with him, it will definitely form part of the assets of the company, which he will have to return all of them back to the company. Okay.
Well, thank you very much. Or is there something which is critical you want to say a word about before you take leave?
If you permit me to.
You take leave of us. Okay. Let us respond to this question from Japa Mensah.
You see, this assertion that the IPCs, Bank of Ghana, did not take them into consideration is not borne out by the facts as contained in the judgment of the High Court. Indeed, and in fact, at page 41 of the decision, this is what the court said. Further, the applicants, per paragraph 30 of their supporting affidavit, contend that the failure of the first respondent and the Minister of Finance to present the true position of government's indebtedness to the third applicant, thereby leading to the revocation of the third respondent's license, was actuated by malice. The applicants particularized the said malice among others as follows. I will not bore you with the details. I note that the applicant's assertion in paragraph 30A and B, which relates to the 664 million and 900 million IPCs, right, were not substantiated by any form of evidence to those effect. The applicants, however, chose to exhibit before this court Exhibit PKN 11 in support of their third ground of allegation of malice. According to the applicants, per their PKN 11, the first respondent should be deemed to have conceded that the third applicant had some IPCs to its credit, or that it had a right to same, for which reason the first respondent ought to have factored same. This, and the court proceeded to produce a letter which was addressed to GN Savings and Loans, okay, in response to a request by GN Savings and Loans for a proposed repayment of their obligation to Bank of Ghana in the sum of 197 million. Bank of Ghana rejected that. It turned out that at the time that this letter was, and they made reference to a defunct bank, GN Savings and Loans at the time was not defunct. And the court addressed all of these things in the decision. So to suggest that there was some IPCs which you did not provide any evidence to substantiate beats my mind.
But what you are talking about now is what the three other judges in the Court of Appeal
I don't have a problem.
disagree
that's what I'm
and
saying.
have rejected and shut down.
That's what I'm saying. But of course, the Court of First Instance was seized with the evidence. Now, that's what the court
But the
found.
Court of Appeal reviews that evidence.
No problem. I'm prepared to await the reasoned decision of the Court of Appeal.
All right.
So we can interrogate them. But I'm saying that at the Court of First Instance, it was established that GN Bank did not provide any evidence to substantiate its claim.
Right. Cletus, in 30 seconds. Let's have your response in 30 seconds.
So I can understand, because he's making reference to exhibits that he has not seen. And I can understand, when you read the judgment, you only make reference to exhibits, but you won't see them. So it is not true that we did not provide evidence. Exhibit PKN2 series, which alone formed one volume of the Record of Appeal, are IPCs that we attached. What the court was saying was that the BOG and the Ministry of Finance had disagreed or discounted those ones and said that for them, the only thing they can confirm is 30 million. And that is why the court rejected the evidence. It's not as if we did not provide the evidence. The court did not, rather rejected the evidence that we put before it. And so it is not as if and then he makes reference to exhibit PK11. He makes reference to exhibit PK11. Exhibit PKN11 was a letter by the Bank of Ghana to GN Savings and Loans to assign some of these IPCs to the Bank of Ghana for indue payment of some debt owed to the Bank of Ghana. And so the argument we put before the court was that if the Bank of Ghana was disputing these IPCs, why will it be requesting the GN Savings and Loans to assign these same IPCs, which they are now disputing, to them in due payment for debt owed to the bank?
Okay.
So that is the reference to the PKN.
So the Bank of Ghana wanted to assume the obligation of settling those debts for. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you very much, Cletus. Thank you.
And that's PK11, the letter from the Bank of Ghana he referenced.
Thank you. Interesting to know that the IPCs alone form one volume of the appeal records. For those of you who understand, you know how this looks like. Right. So, Honorable Minister of Seni, what do you say? This is sweet victory. Cletus, are you there?
I'm still here.
Okay. In another 30 seconds, finally. There are those who are suggesting that this clearly will not be the end of the road for you. And Ejapa just said a while ago that he will be surprised if this is not appealed.
Well, I mean, I think, as he himself has said, I think that may be a little prejudicial because he hasn't seen the judgment yet. Maybe when the Bank of Ghana, when he reads the judgment itself, he might change his position on that. So, of course, it's the Bank of Ghana's right if they want to go further to the Supreme Court. That is their right, and with which we can't contend that. But, I mean, we are confident that probably when they read the judgment, they will come to the irresistible conclusion that there's no point going further on this matter, and that
all right. Thank you.
Party should rather end here.
Thank you very much for your time. Cletus Alengna is the lawyer for the GN Savings and Loans that have been successful at the Court of Appeal. Yes, Honorable Minister Hussaini.
So, Samson, it's important to state that this action, and to congratulate the lawyers, because they fought a battle to which they were committed, and they fought it for 7 years. I mean, you must believe in the case of your client to follow a case for 7 years.
No, but this also tells you another story about our courts and the delays that are occasioned, because it shouldn't take 7 years. These are important matters. They can be dealt with expeditiously.
Well, I'm not.
Now that some of the properties have been dissipated, liquidated, all of this.
I'm saying that you must believe in your client's case.
I get that.
To follow that case. And two, to put it beyond doubt, that the Attorney General was not part of this case. This case is founded on Article 23 of the Constitution. And for the benefit of my friend, let me read Article 23. And you will see exactly why the judge used the words unfairly and unreasonable. Administrative bodies and administrative officials shall act fairly and reasonably and comply with the requirements imposed on them by law, and persons aggrieved by the exercise of such acts and decisions shall have the right to seek redress before a court or a tribunal. So this was an administrative action by the Bank of Ghana. And that's why the action, Article 23, is part of Chapter 5 of the Constitution.
You know why I'm laughing?
No.
You know why I'm smiling? You know I'm involved in some of these cases, right?
Yes.
And we have one situation where we have a counterclaim where we have raised all these issues. Yeah. So I'm excited. Please go on.
So,
but on this discussion, I'm a disinterested party. I'll be frank with you.
So you must understand that when the judge says that the decision was unfair and unreasonable, he's recalling Article 23 of the Constitution, taking all the circumstances into consideration. Now, so the Attorney General doesn't come in. Whatever you play, whether he filed or not filed, it's a decision. Yeah. You have to treat that body as if it's a person. That body that takes the administrative decision as if it's a person. Now, let's come back to it. I have a fundamental problem with the way MPP went about the financial sector cleanup. I have a fundamental problem. Fundamental. And most people had that problem. So these were Ghanaian businesses. They obviously were suffering.
The financial system was crashing.
It was crashing. But was that the best option? How much was at stake? When they did when they did the audit, how much was at stake? Was it not 9 billion?
That debate has come up over and again, and
was it not 9 billion?
The Prime Minister has debated me here to show any report that proves that point.
So how did we get to the 9 billion? How did we all come to accept that?
That's the propaganda that you guys.
No, it's not a propaganda.
So show us the
so it's a propaganda that Kobna Japan also put out.
Kobna Japan put out what?
9 billion.
Yeah, he believed in that position.
So let's see the document.
Instead of spending 30 billion, spending 30 billion to collapse the banks,
I don't have a difficulty.
You could have used 9 billion to rather resuscitate them.
For 9 years.
What was brought?
Nobody has seen that document.
Yeah, that's a point you've made. Please.
Let's see it.
Now pause. It's okay. Thank you for your intervention. Now go on. It's a legitimate question he raises. Please go on.
So that's the first thing. So the banks were impaired. The government thought, the Bank of Ghana thought that it had a duty, and it's rightly so in their law, to protect depositors' savings. The impairment was 9 billion. Even if the impairment was 21 billion or 30 billion, did you have to collapse those banks? Was it the policy? I mean, did it make sense to collapse Ghanaian businesses because of impairment and pay the money to depositors?
So the 9 billion is the figure of impairment.
Impairment.
Okay.
Okay? But they did that. That should tell you the policy incoherence. I mean, and it's not only in Ghana that banks have been impaired. If you look across the world, even in the United States of America, the first major decision Obama had to take when he won election was how to ease the financial impairment of institutions, because it has national security implications. You're talking about the employment, the jobs of people who will be lost. You were talking about the businesses of citizens which will collapse. So, as a party, we never believed that that was the most appropriate decision to take. That's the first thing. The second one. Do you know that, and we're talking about Nduom's savings and loans company. Do you know that in discussions leading to the collapse of Group Nduom, and especially the bank, the MPP itself had decided that the savings and loans should not go. In negotiations with Nduom, they thought that they should save.
They actually just reclassified
the savings and loans.
Downgraded them from a bank to. That's what.
That's what they did. So it was not, again, at that point, a capital adequacy ratio. Because they themselves had agreed that because of the reach of Nduom, the financial inclusion that they were bringing to the banking system in Ghana, which furthers the policy of the Bank of Ghana, they thought that Nduom should continue to operate as a loan and savings. So what was it that overnight they changed their decision? When they had communicated that to Nduom. Was it bad faith? Was it malice? What was it? We still do not know. Now you've given the example of the microfinance, and I can give you many other examples.
We had an MPP, was it an MP or someone like that, former MP, who also said this finance institution was not insolvent, but by mistake. When they were doing the mass thing, it also suffered.
So I can give you, there are many examples. So what were they pursuing? We still do not know. And that is why this victory, even though has got repercussions, because many people are now going to go back and interrogate, examine the steps that were taken to collapse their banks, whether they were fair and reasonable. Many people are going to go back and look at them. And this is a human rights matter. And when they go, they will not be closed. They will have, the banks will not, the courts will not foreclose their doors.
No, human rights action, we did one recently. Human rights action, they can take other routes. But if they want to take a human rights action, the date of revocation is what they have to use to count the timeline.
Yes.
And the timeline is long gone. There's no room. The Court of Appeal, Supreme Court have been emphatic on that.
They will find
once the time runs out,
they will find
the door
a way
is shut.
They will find
There's
a way
no opening. So you can find some other means, but not use a human rights action.
So they will find other means of challenging. Because now this opened the Pandora's box. Now we know that decision, or some of the decisions they took, were unreasonable and unfair. We now know. The Court of Appeal says that. Now, then you find a Japan and a very senior lawyer referring copiously to judgments of the High Courts. Japan, as we sit here, you know, as a matter of fact, that until the Supreme Court restores that judgment has been reversed. You can only use that judgment for academic purposes. But it holds no water now. So whatever is contained in that judgment today cannot vindicate or, disapprove of what the Court of Appeal has said. So let's look forward and see how going forward, a decision of this nature will cost the country and the banking sector. Clearly, this introduces another unknown quantity in the financial sector.
What do you mean?
Why? The licenses have been granted. You think that confidence will return to Group Nduom? Who knows what a future government will do?
They will definitely come in a different shape and name, not in the same name.
You understand? So it destroys the fundamental confidence that people have in the banking system.
But there's one small bit of this before I come to say, you know that when these actions happen, the shareholders, the directors, they are all affected. And there's actually a ban on them from engaging in this business any further. Does this decision automatically also reverse that? Is that your...
That's my yes. Okay. It means that they didn't do anything wrong. But let's not run away from the fact. I said it when the matter was still hot. That yes, when bankers receive depositors, they owe us a fiduciary responsibility, a duty to manage the funds in such a way that they don't impair our resources. But because they are humans, that's why we have the Bank of Ghana to periodically look into the activities of the banks and ensure that they're not conducting their affairs in such a way as to disadvantage their clients. So the blame actually falls at the doorstep of the Bank of Ghana. And like Prempe says, H.K. Prempe, that you find some regulatory volatility depending on who is there. Then depending on who is the Bank of Ghana, the laws are being implemented in a way that is not consistent. And lack of consistency destroys or breaches, the trust of people, citizens, in institutions like the Bank of Ghana, like the banks and all that. So for me, this is welcome news, but clearly there's more work to be done.
Let me hear from these two gentlemen quickly, and then we will take a break. And when we return, I will take your brief comments on the sweet campaign promise that the president made, and Akufo-Addo's complete, what's that? They say we don't say 360, about 10. Yes, say on.
This story is a very difficult one. I really want to see the court's decision. We all can't wait because it also has implications.
We know the bottom line of the decision.
No, but the reasoning is very important. It actually situates the conversation differently. I read the High Court's judgment, and for me as an economic policy analyst and a businessman, and also an investor in the sector, I own a fund management company. We followed all the things that were happening. They were not healthy things. I have respect for Group Nduom. If I lost any of it, it was because of the prudential activities I observed from their operations. So the legal issue is one for the lawyers to discuss, but the Constitution is right. What my big brother referred to is really critical. But we also have to situate the constitutional responsibility of the central bank. The central bank has a responsibility not just to direct, but and that's not just a matter of discretion. It has a clear responsibility to act independently to ensure the stability of our financial system. We were in dire times, and something had to be done. We may not have even had a country. It would have been a total chaos when your financial system goes down. It was a major national security risk. I think that the central bank had to definitely do something. Everybody knew it. You can't be a fair operator, an objective operator in this conversation in the financial sector and say that that was not a reality. People could not get their money. People were going to banks. We're going to some of these institutions. They couldn't withdraw their cash. We're going to these savings and loans companies. We're going to these financial, non-bank financial institutions, and people could just not get their money. People had made investment, could not withdraw it. That was chaos being nurtured. It was DKM quadruple. It was whatever it is. Please, let's not lose sight of the reality of the time. You take the GM Bank situation. The prudential breaches were so depressing. And respectfully, for it to be coming from somebody we held in so much high esteem, as far as economics and finance is concerned, as somebody as Nduom, was for me very depressing. I lost faith in names on the back of that. I lost faith in pastors on the back of the things that happened at that time. And this is the honest fact. How do you lend to your own company 80% of your loan book? You carry deposited funds and you play God that you are the only one who has the best sense on how to use and turn money around. Lend money to yourself. You don't do that. It's not honest. Go and look for a DFA. Go and look at what a DFA has done with his business. We built this business. Look at how organically it's grown. For a DFA self to borrow money, he goes to another bank. Look, you have to be responsible because you are carrying the deposits of other people. Yeah. They were not responsible. Finito. But withdrawing license and all that, and that process, I hear the lawyer. Nobody in all honesty can say that it wasn't public information that you could not withdraw. You people were having problems with withdrawing cash from GN Bank. People were. They closed down 70 or so of their branches at a certain point in time. People were genuinely struggling. If the central bank did not manage this case in court well, that one is a legal matter. But we can't sit here and say honestly, we did not know of stories of people struggling to withdraw money in any of these institutions. It was public fact. What are the rules for insolvency? Your negative net asset situation, or you clearly have difficulty paying your depositors or earning your liabilities when they fall due. I think it's a 60-day window or so. It was stressful. And it's not as though this central bank woke up one morning and decided that just get the hell out of here. They were going through a process. That's why they moved them from being a bank to coming to being a savings and loan, appointing an advisor to be with them and walk them through. You get to a point where you see that the team, it is the going is not coming. And when the going is not coming, there must only be a stopping. So that's what happened. But the legal issues as to whether...
You're not suggesting that the central bank was infallible. And there have been issues that have been raised.
I'm not.
And I've had the opportunity to question those as well. That those in that institution that were complicit in some of the wrongdoings that were flagged. Have you heard of any single person who has taken a fall for it?
You know, that is the problem. I'm going to the next one. So you let me I mean, for me, one by one. So look, there was an accident.
That is the regulatory volatility I'm talking about.
The other key problem, before you even go to that point, Samson, is the complicity of the central bank. We had a crisis, agreed. But did we have to regulate the industry to the point where we had to now trigger this kind of issue? Where was supervision?
Yeah.
Because you should have flagged this problem way ahead. You don't allow Group Nduom to get into this situation. You should have stopped them if you were supervising and looking into their books. That is your role as a regulator. It's not just to correct problems, it's actually to preempt and prevent them as well. The Bank of Ghana must face and be honest about it. It failed. And it's a cumulative thing. Because if we are talking about things happening in 2018, this whole problem did not just happen in 2017 and 2018. It's been growing. Because there be some complicity in there where people, you see, again, this is the problem with Alaji. This idea of Ghanaian people bans, you want to just protect their business. Please, we end up running this theory into destroying our governance and financial systems. When people are being irresponsible, you crack the whip. You take steps to prevent it. But when people are sustaining that irresponsibility, ill acts, you deal with them. The central bank was seeing these problems. It was not dealing with them. My arguments and my issues on
actually giving them more money.
We're giving people money. I mean, look, guys, let's face it.
No, we agree with you. I agree with you. But there's a difference between collapsing the banks and dealing with the people. There's a difference.
Again, I agree with you again on that one.
There's a difference.
I mean, I don't think that the central bank's options in trying to correct problems itself had contributed to by failing to optimize its regulation.
Yeah.
Those options were not optimal.
Yeah.
You know, they were not up to. They took some steps. There are some of them that were right, trying to merge some of the banks at the time so that we could actually maybe, it was okay, get the books back, because still you have to pump money to clean up some part of the books.
Sure.
I mean, I would approach it differently, but those again are policy choices. I want to believe that we hopefully should have learned from it. Now, with all this, we come back and we say we spent 25 or 30 billion cedis, right?
30 billion.
All right, I wouldn't have spent 30 billion cedis to cure it for my policy options. Yeah. You may think that is the option, but that spend was also necessary to bring real relief to real lives. People's monies were in these institutions. I won't do that because I want to face it. I don't want people taking their money out. I'd rather be looking at how to keep all the institutions back and deal with the actors. You know, there was a need to separate the institution and its social exposure, socio-economic impact and relevance to society from the ill acts of the directive minds of the institutions. But in some instances, the central bank took that policy option. Others, they took a different option. But whatever it is, the train has left the station. So we can only learn from that past. But this debate about the 9 billion and then the 30 billion, 9 billion is impairment. It does not necessarily mean that you wouldn't take 30 billion to fix it. But we need to really audit the matter and then come to some clarity. Maybe we have to request something from the central bank. What do you call that one? The rights that we have, right to information, RTI. And then let them come clear so we bury this matter. But the problem definitely had to be solved.
Okay.
I will be shocked if the central bank will ever pass Nduom or any of those directors of that time as fit and proper to run any bank or any financial institution in this country. This does not absolve them.
If they are cleared?
No.
This
giving you your license, no, you don't get it. Fit and proper access. Look at the prudential breaches. None of them were addressed, just like Mensah said. The core of the conversation really now is procedural. It's really procedural. It's not really about the facts of the matter.
You get the point, yeah.
Exactly.
It's procedural.
It's exactly procedural. Yeah. When the people were not getting the money, did you officially inform the people? Did you go through a certain process to establish the reasonableness which you are referring to?
Right.
All right. But materially, that was a reality. So you are using procedural techniques and gimmicks to establish a strong leaker, and I don't have a problem. That's you do your job. That's why you guys earn income. So as long as I don't have a problem. But me as a policy person, as a businessman, we have to look at the reality and the substance of the matter. So did we have that problem? We did.
A man has been sentenced to, as it were, killing by euthanasia. And then you decide to take a gun and shoot him before they take him to the square.
That is possibly the matter.
You have committed a wrong. The court will tell you that you have done a wrong.
Exactly.
That doesn't mean that he was not going to be killed.
Exactly.
That's not going to die by himself.
So it doesn't mean that the man hadn't committed a crime, but you didn't manage the process right because we're not authorized to actually shoot him. You did something different. So something else happens. But it does not clean up the liabilities of those the governance liabilities of those directors and directing minds of that institution. You can't be doing a negative 61% capital adequacy ratio. You can't be lending 84% to your own companies in breach of all the Bank of Ghana prudential rules. And you know, the thing that pains me the most, we have used taxpayers' money to do this, and we still can't find people held properly liable for all this.
That is exactly the case. You see,
look, you see, I have issues with that's another problem. You spent money
30 billion. You've not held the directors responsible. Where are the people? Where are the people? That's the problem. Where are the people? Then we go around and there's some people.
You don't know where the people are. Where are the people?
Have you dealt with them?
Have you forgotten?
I haven't forgotten.
And so why are you asking where are the people?
No,
the people have all been set free by this kind of government.
How many people?
Are you asking me?
Look, we had over 400 institutions or so who to extract them.
And guys, Japan is saying something that we need to pay attention to. We're told that the Dufour group, they were going to pay 60%, and so we should find a way to confirm that these payments or recoveries have actually happened after they were let go. Yeah, Sule, well, let's bring you in here.
Charlie, it's people's money. It is the people of Ghana, our money.
30 billion of it.
Aye. And as if nothing happened in this country.
This government took the MPP government took the flat.
All of you are inside. Your two parties.
Part of the reason the economy's shock absorbers were not strong to help us. Well, and now look at where we are.
Samson, let me start by saying that this whole banking sector cleanup at some point has always been a political issue. With the MPP blaming the inadequacies of the NDC, the then John Mahama NDC regime, for all the things that had happened under in the banking sector. And therefore, they needed to take the decisions that they took. Now, I think it's important to also point out that, assuming that was the case, that the recklessness and all that had happened under the previous regime, Governor Addison took over in April 2017. And if you look at the revocation letter that my brother here, Japa, was reading, it was in August 2019.
Yeah, so what you are watching now is Dr. Papa Nduom on his page on Facebook, thanking a number of people. He's titled it Gratitude. This is gratitude number 1. You see number 2, number 3, number 4, and Ejapa raises issues with some of them because they are direct, thank you to, like this one, to Togbe Afede, Otunfo, and several other people, Archbishop Duncan Williams and other bishops, and then there's a one to the president and so on and so forth, Anyway.
Yeah, so Samson, the point I was making is that Governor Addison took over in April 2017. And the closure, for example, this letter that Ejapa was reading was dated August 2019. So we're talking about almost 2 years. Within that 2-year period of, let's say, supervisory enhancement, and all of that, what happened? Was it that even under the MPP, under Addison, a lot of the things that allowed for our banking sector to get to where it got to was allowed to continue? Because if it is a case, then obviously you cannot say that it is just because the previous regime was not doing the supervision thing that we are talking about. So I am saying this to affirm and support the idea that fundamentally there was a supervision problem. And there is a reason why there are regulators. There are reasons why your law practice is regulated, education sector is regulated, health sector is regulated, so that the regulator plays an oversight role to ensure that the right things are done. So I agree fundamentally that the supervision didn't happen. And if we are talking about where are the people who did not play the roles that they ought to have played, it is not just those in the banking sector or the collapsed banks, but I think that even those at the Bank of Ghana who didn't do their work, we need to look at that.
100%.
But be that as it may,
100%.
We were confronted with a situation similar to what as Lawyer Newsfile talked about in the US, where the banking sector was in deep crisis.
Yes.
People had behaved recklessly and all of that. In the US, they chose to do a bailout. We chose to do a shutdown or collapse.
After a period of bailouts, that's what we did.
Yes, after a period.
Yeah. No, we have been saying bailout.
A measured bailout.
There was a measure. There was liquidity support going to a number of these institutions.
Right.
So it had been procedural.
Okay. No, but if there was liquidity support, that support doesn't just go and say use it as
I know.
It comes as an intervention, and the intervention would come with procedures restrictions and so on.
In America, supervision. Like you suggested, you deal with the people and not the system.
Exactly. So that liquidity intervention that we talk about, if those liquidity interventions were extended and what happened continued to happen, then that's even worse.
So like the time when they were putting some of them into administration, then you give the money, take the people out and put new people in.
Exactly.
Or you police those who are...
No, you just take them out.
The policing started. That's why you give an advisor. It wasn't working. So ideally, that's why I said I would take a different policy option.
All right.
So take out the directors and wipe out the shareholders because they have lost their capital from their own management. And then make sure the social infrastructure, the socio-economic infrastructure of banking is still available to the people.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's another level of failure. You know, and which is even a worse failure.
Thank you.
But I'm saying that in the US, they chose a bailout versus our collapse it. And if you look at the debates
in America, collapsed.
They collapsed. Lehman Brothers had to go.
Look, if you follow the debate
in UK, Northern Rock collapsed. Those who could not build out.
Yes, those who could. Yes, of course, there are some that you cannot just do anything about them.
They collapsed.
You know. But look at the effects. It is not as though in the US everybody supported that, you know, the bailout was the way out. Because people said, look, there are banking CEOs who are living on fat bonuses and so on and so forth. And to bail their banks out is basically to incentivize whatever they had done. But the counter argument was that to say that therefore you have to collapse the banks as we did would have serious ramifications in terms of access to credit, in terms of the mortgage market, in terms of capital access, and so on and so forth. And the consequences will be dire versus if you were to take the other route. And therefore, they decided to do the bailout. And of course, the economy was rebuilt and all of that. There were also questions in the US about what is going to happen to those who supervise the recklessness or who supervise all this. Now, prosecutors eventually said, in terms of criminal conduct, they couldn't really find anything they can substantiate. What they found was that there was unethical conduct, there was recklessness, there was mismanagement, and so on and so forth. And that's why, even in the US, you ask the same question. The people who led the banks and got them to the situation that they got to, and Obama had to do the bailout, what happened to them? You couldn't find anybody going to jail.
I'm not too sure about that.
Well, I mean, we can interrogate people and look.
He's read the Obama
book. But you see, Samson, I think that I do support the view that perhaps a better approach could have been used. Because the ramifications of what happened, not just in terms of the economy, the impact on the economy, because the MPP at the time would say, look, the toll that the country had to bear in terms of how much we had to invest to ensure that livelihoods are supported and all of that affected, you know, the entire economy. And in terms of why we got to the economic crisis that we were in, the banking sector collapse is always often cited. But could it have been done in such a way that we wouldn't have put ourselves in that situation?
All right.
Because you look at the number of people who lost their jobs, the families who, you know, and eventually, as we even speak, there are people who haven't still gotten their monies. And that is what President Mahama had.
Dr. Nduom talks about those who have died as a result.
Exactly. And so many people
if you manage the bank
died
honorably and
when you are going to Bolaga, see the group in Nduom.
Yes.
I mean,
all over.
I tell people, banking is like oil. It's like a filling station. You can't leave the filling station to just manage yourself anyhow. Because when that filling station is gone, people need to move. It has a socio-economic value. That's why supervision of the banking sector
is important.
It's critical. And the Bank of Ghana failed.
Yes, the Bank of Ghana failed. Absolutely, I agree. And I hear you about the management, you know, imprudence on the part of the Nduom group and so on and so forth. I don't have basis to say that. You are a finance person, you know. But of course, as you rightly said, the facts that were relied on by the High Court to come to that conclusion, as we speak, the appeals court basically has put that aside or maybe quashed it to say, look, the evidence we have and reviewing whatever we reviewed, you know, does not support the conclusion.
Procedurally.
That was
procedurally.
But until we see the full judgment. Even the point Senor makes about it being procedural, I don't think we can make a definitive conclusion.
Oh, the lawyer said it.
Until we have
their lawyer said
the benefit of that.
It.
But I think this decision also helps.
But rule of law also deals with procedure.
In revealing a lot about what had happened in the banking sector and for us to even interrogate further. I am sure perhaps other banks who were also collapsed may even be motivated by these decisions to say that, oh, yeah, we didn't take any action, but looking at what had happened in the legal processes on this, perhaps we should also begin to activate certain processes. So maybe we are yet to...
That's why I pointed out that there are parts that you can take, and some of them, the time is completely out. You will not be allowed, all right?
Yeah.
And particularly for human rights action, which Dr. Nduom took, was parallel with other actions that were going on. Nobody can take this kind of action anymore. Right. All right.
Maybe finally, I have a question and a comment. Because I heard the lawyer say that the appeal was filed in January 2024. And so this point about the AG did not file any response and so on, how come between January to December 2024, when the MPP was in power, Dame as AG did not, does it mean Dame did not file anything? And if so,
I mean, actually, he said it in the gist. Because when you look at Article 23 of the Constitution, you don't need the Attorney General.
No. But saying
that took the administrative decision.
I get that, but Honorable Mesa here is a lawyer, and he has he raised an issue about why the AG not, filing any response and all of that. And I'm asking, what could have been the reason why between January 2024, when the appeal was filed, to December 2024, Dame, as AG, did not, why was it that we didn't have anything from Dame?
So as the explanation was given, if we are not doing politics or the partisan politics, there's absolutely nothing wrong.
Nothing.
Because by the human rights actions, you are actually just supposed to notify the agency.
But I guess Honorable Mesa,
and sometimes we include them.
With you on that.
No, he doesn't. Because that's the law.
Because if
sometimes we include them.
No, in the High Court case, the AG did.
Yes, but what the lawyer was saying, the AG simply repeated what the Bank of Ghana or the receiver had to do.
I don't think that's
No, but the point you were seeking to make earlier
I'm coming,
has been found not to be accurate.
Not a problem. Let's await the decision of the Court of Appeal. Why the AG filed in the High Court was because the Nduom Group had extended their claim to the Ministry of Finance, not only the Bank of Ghana. As it was important for the Attorney General to defend the Ministry of Finance in the action that had been brought at the High Court. Okay, but you see, Samson, the banking sector cost, right? I don't think that anybody in the Akufo-Addo administration just felt that they had to incur that cost.
Okay, so we are not going another round. We need to take a break now. When we return,
but please, before I go, a little correction on the American situation. I mean, I'm taking this from the National Whistleblowers website. There were 400 criminal charges, 300 prison sentences, and 11 billion. And on the civil side, there was a record payment made by most of the banks.
Recovery.
The big boys themselves, most of them escaped.
All right. So when we return, gentlemen, thank you, gentlemen. When we return, briefly about the promise to sort out all the victims, very briefly. And then we'll go on to the question whether or not speech, free speech, whether there is freedom before speech and freedom after speech, always. We'll be right back.
And I will say to you that this year is going to be special for everybody associated with Group Nduom. Many things many things are happening and will happen, positive ones, that even though for 7 or so years we went into difficulty, there's a resilience, there's a courage within our family of companies that have continued all sorts of other things so that, and God has given us life, strength, so that we would be here to continue the good works. So as I look around this campus, where it sits now, the state it is in now, that's not where we had planned it to be. We have a job that is not complete. And so from this year going forward, we intend to complete the job.
For the past 15 years, St. Thomas Eye Hospital has been setting the pace in Ghana's eye care landscape. In 2011, we became one of the first hospitals to introduce modern phaco surgeries, commonly called laser cataract surgeries, to Ghana. In 2013, again, we became the first eye hospital to start advanced retina detachment surgeries, macular hole surgeries, and other complex vitreoretinal procedures using the MIVS surgical approach. This year, we have set a new pace in glaucoma care with the launch of our advanced Twin Star SLT-YAG combo laser, giving the glaucoma patients enhanced options in managing their conditions. We are a premier ophthalmic group practice with 11 specialist eye surgeons working together and leveraging technology to advance eye care in Ghana. We have 4 branches in Accra, Tema, and Kumasi. You may call us on 024-686-6580 or visit our website at www.stthomaseyehospital.com. St. Thomas Eye Hospital, providing excellence in eye care.
Welcome to Sulas Enterprise, the shop that deals in industrial machinery such as generators, rice millers, water pumps, compressors, and mowers. From the smallest to the largest capacity, at Sulas Enterprise, we give you nothing but the best from the best brands such as Honda and Perkins. When it comes to our generators, we also sell mowers coming from brands like Honda, Briggs and Straton, and Oleoma. And when it comes to our water pumps, we offer you brands like Lily, and Pedrolo water pumps. We also sell rice millers for all capacities. We are located at Spintex, Kakalika Plaza. Also, find our various locations as displayed on screen, or call us on the following numbers: 0243-839-463 or 0554-154-416 or 0240-541-493.
Sulas Enterprise, where quality meets affordability.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Hello, CEOs. Ghana's foremost business platform marks 10 years of leadership impact. Join the 10th Ghana CEO Summit and Expo on Thursday, 28th May 2026 from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Kempinski Hotel, Accra. The summit is themed Accelerating Ghana's Economic Transformation, driving bold reforms through leadership, technology, and industrialization. Tagline, from vision to action. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, will attend as special guest of honor and officially launch the CEO Government Compact 2026. Highlights include presidential CEO dialogue, masterclasses, panels, brand expo, CEO profiles, networking. Register now at GhanaCEOSummit.com. Call 054-639-1970 or email info@GhanaCEOSummit.com. Powered by CEO Network Ghana in partnership with Deloitte, PwC, EY, GIPC, University of Ghana, Media General, and the Multimedia Group. The 10th Ghana CEO Summit and Expo. A decade of leadership impact. T's and C's apply.
Discover
to hear government officials justify the huge amount it is spending to manage the impact of the collapse of Ghanaian financial institutions, which they now put at a whopping 21 billion Ghana cedis. I weep for the many who have lost their jobs, the many who have lost their jobs, the many who have lost their businesses, and the many who have lost their livelihoods as a result of these policies. I pledge on behalf of the NDC that we shall, within 1 year of being in office, pay all funds that have been locked up with the collapsed financial institutions. Within our first year in office, we shall pay to all the beneficiaries all funds locked up in the collapsed financial institutions. It is a promise. We shall not put together any long-term payment plan that will further worsen the living conditions of the victims.
Right. So yes, you heard the president. 1 year, they will sort out everybody. This is where we are. The guys have been clamoring, they are threatening demonstrations and others. Because the finance minister says, I can't do this.
The finance minister is not lying. He hasn't got fiscal space for this. He actually is looking at creating maybe a 1% of GDP space for massive capital investments to reset the economy. Already they've created stability, and I've said what we've achieved now is stability. We need to move.
The president didn't suggest this to him before he said it.
So there's this story, I'm sure you've heard about it already, about this man who went to heaven. And then when he reached there, they said they have to show him heaven and hell at the same time. So he would choose where he wants to go. He goes to heaven, hell, and then he sees that there's a whole party going on, jamming is going on. He goes to heaven and they're just doing boring hymns. They said, no, he prefers to rather go to hell. When he goes back to hell this time around, it was fire. It was chaos, and it was burning. Then he asked about what happened to the jam. He said, oh, when he came the first time, it was campaigning. So the campaign is over. So, please, I beg you. The president has a reality he may not have known. And I like Kufuor's thing. You know, when Kufuor took office at that point, he said, yes, he said this, he said that, but he didn't know. He's sorry.
About the size of government.
Yeah, about the size, not just about the size of government. Yes, that was the heart of it to do at the time. I think that something should be done. When you talk about the customers, there's certain equity that's required. I mean, I've been at the forefront of this fight for the investments that had gone into government securities. I'm very happy and proud to say the defense we built for the people to date, none of it has been breached. The commitments I had with the government signed with Dr. Amin Anta, former finance minister, and Akufo-Addo at the time has been honored to date, so that's done. But this locked up funds has to do with some institutions, not government directly. So it's also a bailout indirectly for these institutions that have collapsed. There's some engagement that should be done. I think that some fraction should be looked at, because a lot of it also includes a lot of interest that's accrued over time. But a conversation should be had. Okay. For the president's honor, he shouldn't reduce this to the campaign conversation. It shouldn't keep the people that much in hell. But
the people say until they'll hear from him.
Yes.
They are not taking Atto-Forcing until they hear from him.
Atto-Forcing has a reality. Look, he hasn't got the fiscal space for it. So this conversation, and especially at the time you were having that conversation, there was no space for it. The IMF is gone. We have the PIC.
The president lied.
He didn't lie. He
lied to win power.
I think that his information was inaccurate in making that decision. I can't speak for him, but that kind of conversation and trying to act as a pledger.
Thank you.
At this time, I mean, it's neither here nor there. The reality today, Atto-Forcing can't pay.
And Bobby Bansin to
there's some negotiation to be had.
Thank you, Bobby Bansin, for your patience. I'll come to you shortly, particularly for a second discussion we have to have. Yes, Japa. This is what you politicians you do.
I thought you were going to go to
sweet talkers.
My good friend.
Yes, Inusa. Let's hear from
before
him.
You come
let's hear from him
so that I can deal with all the
Let's hear from Inusa.
The president never lied. Our president is an honest president. He says it when he means it, and says what he means. And so I have tremendous confidence in the president that he will redeem his pledge.
He said they will do it in the first year.
I'm coming to that. That's the second leg.
The finance minister said they can't do it.
That's the second leg.
So you are saying he will redeem
what?
It. The finance minister said it won't happen.
So when he gave a timeline, it was a statement of intent. Clearly. That when we come into office, this is what we want to do within 1 year. So that's an intention, okay? To meet the legitimate expectation.
It's a firm pledge.
Yeah, it's a firm pledge. That firm pledge has not been shifted away. It's still a pledge. But the time duration has been overtaken by events that he came into office to meet.
You didn't listen to the finance minister?
Yes, because of what
he said that will not happen.
That was not happening when the current... Because of the
there's some of them which will happen. Let's get it clear. I mean, commitment on things like cocoa bills. It's a government liability. It's direct. It has to be done.
But that's not locked up fund.
Yes, no, by the AM
so don't mix up.
Has to be paid.
Funds.
It has to be paid. It will be paid.
The AM fund has to be paid.
It will be paid
because it's a commitment the state made at the time.
First of all, it will be paid.
The AM fund,
because some of the banks are still undergoing restructuring, and there are administrators, receivers managing the funds, recovering, so they will be paid. But the statement that they will be paid within 1 year, in fact and indeed, was a statement of intent. The president had promised that he will pay them within 1 year, but that promise has been overtaken by events that we came to meet. And you cannot...
But those events were there when he was making the promise.
You were not managing the economy. So you will not know the extent of the rot that you were coming to meet. You will not know. I told you on your network here, when you asked me whether our fear was Baumia, you recall. And I told you that our fear was not Baumia. Our fear was the rot.
What to inherit.
What we will inherit.
Ejapa.
My. You see,
you are in parliament, you follow this, but you should know all the facts.
The posture by my good friend Inusa takes me back to your tape, right? That you delivered this morning before the start of the show. where we as politicians, okay, are essentially destroying the fabric of our country. We are not honest with ourselves. We are not honest with the people of Ghana. Because otherwise, I don't see why he will want to dance around statement of intent. The president was not managing the economy. He wasn't aware of what he was saying. Please.
So he was aware of what he was saying, but he wasn't aware of the situation. There are two things.
Respect. Every government makes choices. Every government.
But they have consequences.
Every choice has a consequence.
Yes.
Every choice you make has a consequence. Akufo-Addo, His Excellency the President, could have opted when he was president that, well, Bank of Ghana has messed up. These banks and their directorships have messed up. The banks are on the verge of collapse. Let's allow them to collapse, and whoever loses his money has to deal with those banks and their shareholders. His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo could have opted to do that.
That's true.
But he didn't. He says, no, I can't sit and allow Ghanaians who have put their faith in the banking sector with the view that there was some regulator who was overseeing the activities of these banks, okay, and they had failed them. I'm going to take the hit and pay and make sure that people do not lose their livelihoods. He had a choice.
You're right.
You guys turned around and called him all sorts of names. Mr. Mahama in opposition knew. He'd been president before, for crying out loud. He knew the structure of our economy. He knew the difficulties that we're going through. He knew the structure of our budgets, that we're not going to be able to meet those obligations. Or that, in fact, if he's so minded to meet them, he can. So call him out. Call the president out, that Mr. President, stick to your commitment and pay the people whose funds are locked up.
He will pay.
That's what I expect from within a year. It's gone past.
He will pay.
I think it's never possible.
Please, let's not do this.
You're right.
Sule.
So the president...
This is a president who had the benefit of the DKM situation and how that also became a political football, you know.
Well, the president made a promise. I doubt we can say that he lied. What I believe we can say is that he has failed to deliver that promise in terms of the timeline that was given.
But he has the opportunity to correct
that. Of course. He certainly still has the...
Do you know that they promised that they will pay the men's goal people? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Really?
So they didn't pay.
Seriously?
Of course, they did.
The point that I was coming to...
I don't remember that. In our manifesto.
Is to also...
We are talking about your commentary, not manifesto.
Okay. Is to also re-echo the points you raised in your take, and to say that my two brothers sitting here do know very well that during campaigning, they do really say a lot of things that within in their hearts they know wouldn't be possible to implement, but are things that are to be said basically for votes. And that is why, for example, today the NDC would not want us to say a lot about the Galamsey menace. The MPP that was in government that also failed to manage it today would want to push it so hard that it should be done. And I want to also re-echo Ejape's point that, look, every government has choices. If the president thinks, it is not, yes, Honorable Atto-Forson is the finance minister, and he's supposed to be the day-to-day manager of our affairs. But we do know that whatever decisions he makes, or decisions he makes, are decisions that should be in line with the priorities of the president. If the president decides that I'm going to pay these people because I made a promise, and therefore whatever is being allocated to 24-hour economy markets should be allocated to that, it will be done. If the president decides that instead of building this hospital or that hospital and so on and so forth, my priority is to ensure that the people whose funds were locked up should be paid, I'm sure it will be done. Atto may not have, Atto can only advise that, Mr. President, if we do that, the implication will be this or that or that. But it will be the decision of the president.
So what should they be telling the people now? And in the course of this week, I've heard the groups, some of them on the news saying they want to hear from the president.
I think they are absolutely right. Mr. President made a very bold promise. And
with his right hand on his chest.
Gave a timeline. The timeline has long passed, almost 6 months on. And I think that it is only fair to demand that the president comes back to tell them whether, yes, I will still honor my promise, but please give me some little more time. By end of the year, I'm going to do it. Or, yes, I made a promise, but unfortunately for A, B, and C, I'm not able to do it now until perhaps when...
If he's unable to do it, it will constitute a scam.
Can you imagine?
Well, but
can you imagine?
But it happens all the time.
But what do you imagine?
He said he was coming to
how many of those statements
he
will be making because there are too many things they promised.
Cut him any slack, please.
And he has to go and be telling everybody, I promise you this is not happening. Yes, I beg you.
No, but you know, this is a very sensitive matter,
yes,
which was very public.
Yes.
To be fair to the MPP, they took the hit. They made their payments. They paid depositors. The president now has made this promise. We can only ask Mr. President to honorably honor it, or at least speak to the people. I think that there's a certain real difficulty. There has to be some negotiation on some of the payments. But it has to be done.
Okay.
And it cannot be, it couldn't have been done in year one because of the fiscal constraints.
Thank you.
Year two, year three, they can spend it.
Bobby, thank you. Bobby, thank you. Even though we scheduled you for the next subject, you want to make some quick comments on this issue, particularly looking at the politicians and how they make their promises, and then some of it, I don't know. The people can tell that the things they are promising they can't do, but they still believe them.
Good morning, and good morning to Senior Fuseni and your colleagues, and very special good morning to my senior Santa, Ejapa Mesa. I like you said, the politicians in the heat of the campaign, going by the analogy of Senor Jose, they make promises. I said, well, but we the people enable these kind of promises because we know the truth, but that is what we want to hear, and we hear them and we vote for them. I think that the whole banking crisis, I agree largely with the sentiments of almost every person that had commented on this morning. I think that it could have been done. There was no doubt that there was issues. There was no doubt that something had to be done. But I think that we could have done it, and then the impact would have been less than we experienced over the period. In any event, the approach was, let's collapse the banks, let's merge them, and let's go after those that we think as a state they have engaged in some illegality. The question is, how far have we gone, or what is the effect of this approach? Whether the other approach of let's bail them out, let's keep their jobs, and let's see if we can go after those that we claim have engaged in any form of illegality. Well, posterity did not give us the opportunity to test that because we didn't use that approach. All said and done, the issue of the Court of Appeal decision, the Court of Appeal decision does not end the matter. I believe that the Bank of Ghana, if they get a copy of the judgment, may exercise their rights to appeal against the decision. It is something that for the guidance of future...
You wanted to say it ends the matter until appealed, right?
Yes, that is what I'm saying. That the Bank of Ghana, once they get a copy of the judgment, it's a final judgment, so they have a period of 3 months. They have a period of 3 months to exercise their right to file an appeal against that decision so that we can bring finality to it if they so decide to, because it will guide future regulatory practices by the Bank of Ghana so that this cycle, if it is indeed wrong, will not be repeated. If it was right, then it will be upheld. So those are my comments to what you've discussed so far.
All right, thank you very much, Boy Bansing. And this program is brought to you by the candid sponsorship of Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, close as a partner. MTN everywhere you go. Ashesi University, educating ethical and entrepreneur leaders for Africa. Robert & Sons Optical Services, your comprehensive eye care service provider for 33 plus years. My Way Insurance, dial *165# on MTN to join My Way today. Syntex Tanks is strong, it's tough. Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature. Gold ball jewelry, pure, precious, proudly Ghanaian. Melcom, your #1 shopping destination. Waylead, your trusted home builder. Bethel Dental, the smile starts here. St. Thomas Eye Hospital, producing and providing excellence in healthcare. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste, happy smile. Okay, so now we want to check whether or not what it means when you are speaking. Freedom before, freedom after, where is the guarantee? And is there a clampdown on free speech by the Mahama administration? We'll be right back.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant #1, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. You did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
What if 1924 was never just a year, but the beginning of every step with you? What if life wasn't just about the big milestones, but every small, beautiful beginning? A first job, a first risk taken, with someone walking alongside. What if protection felt like comfort, like a shared umbrella in a sudden storm? What if your business kept moving, rain or shine? What if healthcare came with hope and every heartbeat had a backup plan? What if retirement was a reward, with time, freedom, and laughter under trees? What if home and work became places your story belongs? What if goodbyes could be beautiful and losses made with care? Enterprise, your advantage.
Hello, CEOs. Ghana's foremost business platform marks 10 years of leadership impact. Join the 10th Ghana CEO Summit and Expo on Thursday, 28th May 2026 from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Kempinski Hotel Accra. The summit is themed Accelerating Ghana's Economic Transformation, Driving Bold Reforms Through Leadership, Technology, and Industrialization. Tagline, From Vision to Action. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, will attend as special guest of honor and officially launch launched the CEO Government Compact 2026. Highlights include presidential CEO dialogue, masterclasses, panels, brand expo, CEO profiles, networking. Register now at GhanaCEOSummit.com. Call 054-639-1970 or email info@GhanaCEOSummit.com. Powered by CEO Network Ghana in partnership with Deloitte, PwC, EY, GIPC, University of Ghana, Media General, and the Multimedia Group. The 10th Ghana CEO Summit and Expo, a decade of leadership impact. T&C supply.
And let the majority and let the majority know this. In the effort by the minority in ensuring this is done, they should not try to stampede it. It is good for democracy, and we call on the majority to support it, because tomorrow they may be in opposition and they may need this very law to protect them. I repeat, for our friends in the majority in Parliament, I call for their cooperation, even as the minority in summons the Chief Justice, the IGP, and the Director General BNI to appear before Parliament. They should support us. They should cooperate. It is a democratic responsibility. They shouldn't, for partisan consideration, decide to stampede us with their numbers. If they do, one day, they will regret it. Yeah. If they do, they may win with their numbers. Sure. But one day, by 2029, they will be shouting on the rooftops, asking for the law to protect them. And we'll tell them that when the time came, they condoned, they connived and supported us. We pray that day will not come. We need to end this vicious cycle in our political system. It is better for this country to sit together and work around the relevant issues that would ensure the growth of our democracy. And that is our demand on the NDC today.
At a press conference that they have the IP addresses of people, and that if people make comments that they consider as misinformation, they will use your IP addresses to come for you. I'm sure you recall that. Your reporters covered that press conference. That was the beginning. That was the signal that was given to the, security and justice system to use 207 and 208 as an instrument for the purposes of the executive, and that is what you are beginning to see, and that's what we are speaking against.
Before I let you go, some of your communicators have made comments like will make the government or the country ungovernable, among other things. Don't you think that that would raise political tension across the country, particularly among your supporters? What would you tell them in this regard? The tension is high already. I think yesterday you saw the Peace Council issue a statement that acknowledged that the tension is high. Why is the tension high? The tension is high because every well-meaning member of the Ghanaian society can see that the government of the day is using sections 207 and 208 to suppress dissenting views.
As Attorney General, I do understand the importance of free speech in a democratic society. And I would be the last person, to want to end run the rights of our citizens to freely express themselves. But I should also not be the person who will sit idle when matters are being taken into citizens are taking matters into their hands when it comes to free expression. Well, as for the threat of arming themselves and making the country ungovernable, I think I will treat it with the contempt it deserves. Okay, but as far as this government is concerned, I want to reiterate that we will respect the rights and freedoms of every Ghanaian.
Right. So you heard those speakers, Afenyo King, angry about a judge denying Abronye bail. And some have said that the party followers, they should be watching the comments that Afenyo King made against the judge. If it was any one of them, by now they would have been behind. So they should watch out. My guests that you have been watching and listening to: Andre Japamesa, Inus Afuseni, Suleimana Brahima, Bobby Banson, Senyor Hosi, and let's now get to this particular matter. Your party has petitioned the diplomatic corps, you filed a petition to the judiciary, and so on. Why? People are asking why. If people are being reckless in their comments that threaten the stability of the country, they must be dealt with by the law, and that's what is happening.
Well, Samson, I must put on record from the very outset that, speaking for myself and the NPP, I dare say, we don't subscribe to insults in our body politic. I certainly do not think that as political actors, we need to advance our political arguments based on insults and what it is that we see within the public space, which started from some, I cannot know even how far to go. The MPP's position clearly is with the response that the government is putting up to the kinds of statements that people are making in the public space. So, for example, if somebody is accused of breaching Section 208 or 207 for that matter, we do not think that denying that person bail is the way to go. Nobody is saying don't investigate. But why do you have to arrest and detain somebody who has committed a mere misdemeanor? If you look at the trend of arrests, it clearly demonstrates that the NDC has set out to weaponize state institutions against actors within the NPP. They are shielding their own support base. People in their stock or who belong to their stock are also on social media saying all sorts of things that are, if not the same, clearly equal to what it is that they accuse and arrest MPP people of doing. Clearly, they are using bail as a target, or denial of bail as a target against MPP supporters, and a growing pattern of intimidation is what we see. And so it's important that as a country that belongs to the global community, we bring to the attention of the entire country and the international community these acts which clearly does not inure to the stability of our democracy. We've come a long way as a country from the days of criminal libel law during the Rawlings era. We know what it is that these laws were used against, stifling free speech. We spoke against it when His Excellency the President Akufo became president of this country, pursuant to the legitimate expectation of Ghanaians. He repealed those legislation. Okay, granted that during President Akufo-Addo's era, some of these arrests were made. They spoke against it in opposition. They promised the people of Ghana that vote for us. These things that President Akufo-Addo was doing, when we come into government, we would ensure that, consistent with our reset agenda, these things will become a thing of the past. It turns out that over the 8-year period of His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, only 7 or 8 people were arrested using 207, 208. You have come into government on the back of a reset, and within 16 months, you've arrested almost 16 people. Essentially, 1 arrest per month. Where are we going as a country? And so it's important that we highlight the issues for the attention of Ghanaians. I've only recently saw the letter that His Excellency the President wrote when President Nana Akufo-Addo was in office, okay, complaining forcefully against arrests that had been occasioned by people who were seen to have breached the provisions of the Criminal Offences Act, okay? And so if you come into government on the back of a reset, Ghanaians expect that the kinds of things that you complain about when you were in opposition, when you come into government, you will desist from it. And so it is not only the MPP that is speaking. Yes, civil society organizations speaking. You yourself have seen your article that you've written. I've seen Sule Brimer's Fourth Estate right on this matter. Senior Hosea I heard the other day on, I believe, TV3 speak strongly against the kinds of things that we've seen, the weaponization of Section 207 and 208 for clearly directed at stifling free speech. And we don't think that this is something that we ought to countenance, and it's important that we bring it to the fore so that we find a way to resolve it.
Let's take Bronye, for example. And I must put on record, you, the parties who are doing the numbers, you're actually not getting the numbers right. At the time, 3 weeks ago, when I said the John Mahama administration has abused this provision far more than the Akufo-Addo regime, at the time I mentioned 16. Mm-hmm. You guys are still mentioning 16. You are not counting well. But I'll leave that to you.
They're waiting for you to update
it. So, anyway, let's look at Abronye, for example, who's been arrested 3 times over these comments. You recall, because some of these things, we can't play them back. That's why we have this discussion and we don't play the comments. How he took on even your own members of your own party, you know, as it were, people at the top. It looks like nobody reined him in if you don't support those kind of comments. Completely reckless. How he took Archbishop Duncan Williams, and the Archbishop had a service when he said things that, if you listen carefully, almost amounted to cursing him. Mm-hmm. And some Christians, they interpret that to mean what he's going through is most likely to suffer even more because of what the Archbishop has had to say about him. He insulted him. The things he said, the words he used, I definitely cannot repeat them here. Okay? Describing him in terms that are completely unacceptable. Then he takes on this judge. Even things he has had to say about this president, you know, all of that. And before I end this and bring you in, I've heard people ask questions that they think I should be the last to be doing things that sound like I support him. I don't. Because he has made wild allegations about me. As for me, I can repeat the things he says about me, that I'm an incompetent lawyer. I can't even move a simple motion in the court.
I've been telling you I'm moving for
it. He says that the government, Felix Ofosu-Kwakye, has been giving a certain budget, out of which he has paid me $50,000. And that's why I'm doing the bidding of the government. What I have done is that I've sued him, and the case has been ongoing. You've never heard me discuss what has been happening in courts. Allow him to tell you the things that have happened.
But that's your practice. You never
so
do.
When you hear him say all these things and you don't rein him in, and he gets caught, this is the 3rd time, and suddenly all hell breaks loose. People don't understand you. Why?
You see, I'm not sure he's not been reined in. Maybe not publicly. And so if the leadership of our party are hearing what you're saying, we'll probably have to get to that point, soon, rather than later. Because like I said, I know that he's been engaged, reprimanded, been advised not to engage in especially attacking people with the caliber of Archbishop Duncan Williams and the like. Okay, I'm a lawyer. I'm not happy with the kind of words that he used against the judge. And I don't think, or I've heard anybody within the MPP necessarily supporting the content of what it is that he said. Like I said, there's a response. By all means, I'm not sure that if he was invited and granted bail, people would have reacted the way they did. But to be remanded on the pretext that if he's granted bail, he's going to repeat the same offense, when clearly you need to, in making this determination, read the entirety of 96 as a whole and to evaluate.
I mean, section 96.5
yes.
of the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Act.
Absolutely. Okay. That is the kind of, and the repetitiveness of it, okay, it's become one too many. People post Dumswa is back with the picture of the president, then he has to be the subject of an arrest and remanded. People post picture of the president in gay colors, and he has to be the subject of arrest. The past 3-4 years, only 3-4 years ago, we saw the kinds of things that your party people did, who were essentially left off the hook. Like I said, I'm not so worried about you applying the law and arresting and even investigating them. But to proceed to remand them in custody for days, clearly, is intended to intimidate. No more.
Is that the government, the executive, that is remanding them?
But who is? We are told that when decisions of the Court of Appeal are delivered, the president is the one to be thanked.
That comment was reckless, yeah? Very unfortunate.
We're supposed to thank the president for Nduom's court victory. Yes. Right? But then again, you see the actions of the police, which is an agency of state, but directly under the supervision and authority of the executive. The IGP is a government appointee. Okay? And so if their actions are impacting on the government, and the government is minded to rein them in because they do not support it, all it takes is for the president to place a call to the Inspector General of Police and give directives as to how some of these matters are handled. But if the president is sitting aloof, unconcerned, then we are entitled to assume that he supports the actions of his police service.
Wouldn't you accuse the president of interfering with the police who are supposed to act independently and so on if this happened? What
not at all. I'm not saying that the president should direct them not to investigate matters of this nature. But there are administrative directives that are issued that for such offenses, bail should be granted as a matter of course. Nobody is against investigations and prosecutions even. Okay, but when bail clearly is being used as punishment, contrary to the provisions of the law, with intent to intimidate the opposition voices, then clearly, as all of you in the civil service space are airing your concerns, then it's a legitimate call that the opposition party has to make.
When you read my article about the abuse, and I did something stick to about the abuse of Section 208, you must have read subsequently my article about selective outreach. The question Ghanaians are asking is, why is it that in your regime, when these things were happening, nobody heard you say a word?
Johnson, that's why
the vice president issued a statement.
Don't proceed.
Wait, the vice president issued a statement, and somebody is asking, why is he only, coming to Ghana? Has he not been aware of some of these things? What's the name? Nana B. I've heard him quote to me around the place, right? But when Thompson and the rest of them, Mensah Thompson and the rest of them were arrested.
My simple answer to you is this.
These people issued statement and said this was the right thing. We should allow the the police to pick them up.
No issues at all.
Yeah.
No issues. It happened. What was the response of the then opposition now in government? Now they have the authority of state. They complained about those actions. So they are the ones that you have to hold account, not the MPP which has lost the election and is in opposition. They made commitments to the people of Ghana. They complained when they said that what the MPP was doing was wrong. Ghanaians listened to them and voted for them.
You said it was right.
It doesn't matter.
So if it was right then,
Samson,
it should be right today.
We cannot be the standard. We are in opposition. Our actions were not acceptable. Your proposals were the ones that Ghanaians bought. So why are you doing the things that you complain about when you are in opposition? That's really the question. It's not about whether MPP supported the opposition or when we're in government or not. They are the ones who are responsible for the administration
and the
of
reactions.
the state today.
The reactions, do you think they are measured? Listening to Afenyo Marking yourself as a lawyer, then there's a petition against a judge, or all of these petition to diplomatic corps?
Legitimate. NDC in opposition wrote to the diplomatic corps when they had concerns with some of the actions of His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo.
So they are your standard?
Say it again?
So that's your standard?
No. I'm saying that they were legitimate in bringing the concerns because we operate within a global community. We feel that our voices are not being heard. And so we need to bring it to the attention of the global community that these are the kinds of things that is happening in Ghana. And so in your engagement with the president, let him know that these actions of his agencies are likely to jeopardize the peace and stability of our country. That's all. Petitioning the Chief Justice, legitimate. The actions of the judge are found to be going in a certain direction on every case that go before him or her. Certainly, you ought to raise the concerns through due process. And petitioning the Chief Justice through a judicial service is the right thing to do.
Before I get to Inusaf Seni, you remember in 2024, Oliver was arrested. And when he sought bail, the bail was denied on the account that he's likely to commit another offense. And this was justified broadly. So people are asking the question again, what exactly is going on? The same provisions, section 96(5), that the court used then to hold Oliver in custody and denied him bail, same has been used by this judge to hold Abronye in custody. And why?
I frankly cannot fathom why you keep going back. What were the concerns that the NDC raised at the time? That's the key issue.
Yeah, they latched onto that.
Precisely. So why are they doing so?
You were controlling the judiciary.
Why are they doing so? So is it to suggest? Is it to suggest that they are controlling the judiciary today? If, according to them, it was wrong then, I'm saying Ghanaians bought their narrative. Today they are in government. Why are they doing the same things?
Inusa, can you answer that question?
Well, something you see, yesterday I was on the farm in Sonamo when the Minister of Government Communications invited me to be on this program. Initially, I sought to refuse because I was far away. But on second thought, I wanted to understand what the MPP position is. And I'm happy that I'm here. Listening to Ajapa Mensah is not about free speech. The MPP's concern is about the judiciary and the interpretation of section 96(5)(c). And that section 96(5)(c) should not be used in the way it is being used. This is not a government action. This is not free speech. Free speech has got rails. And anybody who reads Article 21 of the Constitution will understand that free speech has guardrails. And it can only be limited in accordance with law. Now, that law is one of such laws is section 208.
And 207.
And 207. I agree, I read your piece as well. And I said, well, if you are very convinced that section 208 need not exist in our statute books, it's not public debate. Invoke the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court to strike it down as unconstitutional.
Somebody has actually done so.
Because you see, for a very long time, we lawyers had believed that the restriction of bail to people charged with murder and treason was justified because the crimes were so heinous. Until Martin Kpebu went to court and said, it appears that we are misreading the law. So it's not about free speech. It's about the judiciary performing their functions. And I want all of you to understand that this has got nothing to do with free speech. What they are saying has got absolutely nothing to do with free speech.
Everything to do with it.
Now, but let me tell you, the most blatant and brazen violation or attack on free speech occurred under Akufo. When Nana Addo Akufo-Addo wrote a letter revoking the privileges and cases extended to the former President Rawlings on the basis of the fact that he was criticizing the government anytime he had opportunity to go out. Tell me, MPP, tell me that what law did Nana Akufo-Addo rely on to revoke constitutional privileges? What law? Was it not unconstitutional? Was it not unlawful? Was it not reckless? But he did it. He did it. Now I can tell you, you remember E.T. Mensah at 37 Military Hospital? You remember? What did he say? The thing has worked. That made E.T. Mensah sleep. E.T. Mensah was a sitting member of parliament. You recall? Of Nduom and the former minister of state. He slept at the BNI cells. It has worked. That was enough to get him there. Do you remember Jijote?
Yeah, I remember the name. I've forgotten what it was about.
A social media commentator.
Yes.
Who, because of the arrest that was happening in this country, said MPP must be careful because this could make the country degenerate into chaos. She was arrested and she slept in police cells. Come back to Nana Akufo-Addo's time. Do you remember Akufo-Addo? What did Akufo-Addo say? What did he say? That's exercise of free speech. That's what free speech is about. To express an opinion, criticize a government in a democratic society, or share ideas. Not insulting behavior. Not insulting, sometimes, yesterday I was listening, 2 days ago I had an opportunity to share a platform with Professor Jimabwe, Ajiman, the advisor to Kufo. Admandua. He said, what we are failing as a country is that we are conflicting principal democracy with practice democracy. The principal democracy is about rights. But practice democracy is about the values that we stand for. And that it appears to him that we have failed, refused, or neglected to imbibe or infuse our peculiar circumstances and values into our democratic practice. Tell me, which society will anybody get up and insult a leader with a cause? Tell me, which society? Which society?
But Elijah, I don't think I suggested that when you insult the leader, they should use the laws to come for you.
No. the law.
A crime. It's only a chief. It's only a chief that's a crime.
No.
For chiefs, you don't even have to open your mouth. Sign language that shows you are insulting a chief with even dance.
I'm just
it's in our laws. You go to jail for 3 months.
The law is that the free speech is undergirded with public policy, public morality, and and that has evolved to include hatred.
Yeah.
Okay? And harassment, hate speech, and harassment. That's what I'm saying. Then when you are insulting somebody, which looks like you are harassing that person,
let him continue his presentation.
Now let him come. And then Akufo-Addo. I was telling you about Akufo-Addo, the former deputy general secretary.
That's where Lateef Idrisu went to cover, because NDC supporters had gone there, massed up there to resist his arrest. And as we speak, Lateef is battling for his life.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then I myself,
purely engaging in an exercise of equalization.
Hold on, let's hear him.
Because otherwise,
let's hear him in full.
We need to make progress. I came to listen to the MPP's position. Okay. I thought they were going to say that we are curtailing the right of people to express their views. But listening to you, it appears that your complaint is that the courts do not grant you bail. Let me state my point. The way I myself, I had used the third past tense in the conditional sentence after the 2020 elections.
You have to use the words because this English you are speaking.
If I were John Dramani Mahama, I would have. It's an impossible
statement. Yes, absolutely.
I was arrested. Anybody who has done English knows that this is an impossible statement.
Sharp. You said you would have done what?
I would have declared myself president. That's what I said. And I was arrested.
And charged?
And charged.
What was your charge?
Section 208. So you see,
Almighty.
When they say hypocritical stance, this is what we mean. This is exactly what we mean.
No, he's saying you came in for a reset. Reset means you are not doing
the reset means that we should have abolished Section 208 and 207 and 208.
Okay.
But we are not for abolishing 207, 208 because we don't want our society to descend into chaos. I don't know how you can say somebody should kill the president for me.
That's the latest one.
Yes, to be free speech. Can it be free speech?
What's her name again? Mahama and
maybe I don't know. Anybody who says, do you remember what happened in Rwanda? You remember?
Of course.
You're just describing a group of people
as cockroaches.
And what do you do with cockroaches? What do? You exterminate them. That led to the extermination of a whole group of people. Genocide. So it's free. We must behave responsibly. Look, I've been reading, and if you finish, just go and read the jurisprudence of responsible communication. Not responsible, the jurisprudence, the law behind responsible communication. You will see that these things that we're talking about, anybody who communicates irresponsibly must be responsible for his conduct. Must be. Yes, democracy, the principle of democracy entitles us to all the rights. But we all know that rights are not absolute. We all know that. They're not absolute. And especially when, as gave you the example of E.T. Mensah, he was not sent to court. He slept for about 2 days at the BNI cell. He was not sent to court. But under this regime, under the present regime, nobody has been detained for more than 48 hours without being granted bail. If the bail conditions are onerous, that's a different matter. But nobody has been detained without bail for more than 48 hours. And so, let's come back and look at what we are talking about. We are talking about keeping the public space open. In the democracy, we must keep the public space open. But we must avoid falling to abuse, letting the society fall to abuse, incitement, and misinformation. These are not tenets that we will want to countenance in a democracy. And I dare say that I don't see any democratic society countenancing abuse, countenancing incitement, countenancing misinformation. But I thank Mesa Ajapa Mesa, for letting me understand that it is not about free speech. It is about the courts granting people temporary relief.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, do.
In the Abronye case,
yes,
in the charge sheet,
yes,
which was amended, they say that he's being charged because he said, quote, "You are not a judge, but rather a politician, and you have covered your hair with a sack and claim you are a judge," end quote. Is this false news?
It's false.
This is false news.
What? He said you are not a judge. He's a judge.
Is it for contempt or is he being...
No, it's a judge. It's false.
Hold on.
It's false.
False news.
Yes.
Publication of false news.
Yes.
So when
publication of false news is news that is untrue, or the person is reckless. He doesn't care whether it is true or not true. That's false news.
So when someone says this, you are not a judge, but rather a politician, and you have covered your hair with a sack and claim you are a judge.
That's false news.
That's false news.
That's false news.
Okay. Does the law punish merely because it is false news?
No. The law punishes false news. That's why we have the electronic communication.
Okay, no, he's been charged under 208 and 207.
Yes.
I'm reading it here.
Yes.
In respect of the charge sheet for 208.
Yes.
The law punishes false news that will cause fear and alarm.
Alarm, yes. That's what the law punishes.
So who gets... This brings fear and alarm in the public, that he says a judge is not a judge and is behaving like it's a judge, but it's a politician?
Samson, you know that a charge sheet is not a conviction.
But you use that to...
Please. And the police's jurisdiction to investigate a matter is when the offense is committed in their presence or when there is a complaint. You should be asking whether there was a complaint.
No, the police is a...
Please.
Hold on, Jeff Mesa.
So that is what you should be asking. Because the judge could have taken a civil action. But was there a complaint? If the police investigated the complaint, you should be asking yourself, what was the basis for their conclusion that it is an offense? And then that forms the basis of your defense in court.
Okay. A judge
but you don't truncate the...
Honorable Minister of saying it, there's a
Yes.
small exercise I'm trying to do.
Yes.
A judge takes a decision.
Yes.
And then somebody, in critiquing the judge, says you are not a judge. You say that is false news.
That's false. It's false. He's a judge. On the face of it, it's false.
So, you are saying that the person I'm communicating to, I'm telling them that the judge is actually not a judge.
It's not a false news. Tell me what is it. If it's not a false news,
he says you are a politician.
Is he a politician?
You are a politician pretending to be a judge.
Is it true?
That's the effect of what he said.
No, is it true?
Is that opinion? Is that false?
No, it's not an opinion.
It's an opinion. Is that false?
That opinion flies in the face of the facts. No, what are we measuring?
Are you with that judge? Are you with that judge? Do you know that judge is home Do you know that judge's friends? Do you know where he sits? He eats and drinks. Do you know that judge?
But I know one thing. That judge entertained Abronia in the court. I know that. That's a fact.
No. He said what Abronia did is an opinion, which is harsh, that you don't like. But it cannot amount to publication of false news.
Well, who says that?
That's the opinion. That's what he
I'm saying is that
to you.
What I'm saying is that you ask whether I know the judge. It's unbelievable. And I know whether the judge is indeed a judge. It's a charge sheet. And that do I know his friends? And I'm saying I know one thing. That judge entertained Abronia in the court of law.
If I said, you are not a politician, you are not even fit to be an MP, you are just, whatever, masquerading as whatever it is.
And you come
as a politician.
If you say I'm not a politician,
yes,
you might have, it's an opinion. I'm not even fit to be a politician. It's an opinion.
If I say you are not a lawyer.
But if I'm a judge.
When in fact you are.
When in fact you are. It's false news.
No, if you say I'm not a politician, it's an opinion. Even now, people say I'm not a politician. It's an opinion.
I said it was
hold on. And in fact, I'm not fit to be a politician.
I said it myself.
Hold on.
But when I'm invested.
And in your estimation, that kind of comment will provoke fear and panic and alarm and get the society to do what?
So for me, just like I said when I was arrested under 208, that was my defense. I was preparing to go to court to let them show me how that comment could cause fear and panic. So that goes to defense. Okay? But that does not erode the jurisdiction of the police to charge you. So that was my defense. I was preparing my defense. And I had gotten lawyers, and we sat down and said, so just tell me, first of all, I said this publicly. Okay? So yes, so everybody heard it. But so I was looking for people to come and say, well, when they heard it, they were terrified.
Is your expectation that some of these matters, if they are frivolous, and we are told BNI is involved, getting to arrest some of these, the one with the billboard and Doomsaw is back, all of this, is your expectation that if the investigators do wrong and they take them to court, the court should not entertain it if it's not appropriate?
The court will entertain it.
Why?
Why? The jurisdiction of the court is invoked when a charge sheet is filed. The court cannot say, I won't hear the charge sheet.
The court can say that.
Why? Why? Tell me why, on what basis?
So let me give you one small example.
Yes.
When you heard that National Security had arrested Emmanuel Aja for modern Ghana and Chum.
Yes.
And that they had covered their face with polythene bags and thrown them away because of some publications they were making. Of course, in the previous regime. They took them to the court. I was their lawyer. Justice Shremsai, Nipapo Samuado, Raymond Bagnabu were supporting me. When we got to the court, the Attorney General was told by the judge, Justice Efia Sewa Sarbochi,
now a Court of Appeal judge.
That's what I'm seeing. I'm sorry, I can't entertain you. They were compelled to withdraw the charge.
Because
it was bogus.
He told Attorney General. He told the Attorney General.
That was a judicial rebuke.
He told the Attorney General.
All of us in the courtroom.
Yes, the Attorney General. That he wouldn't entertain it. That the Attorney General. Okay? Attorney General had opportunity to go to another court or to.
It was very obvious that it was flimsy. It was a sham.
That is the view of Efia Sewa. That was the view. But that didn't foreclose the case against the people. But the Attorney General decided that he would not pursue the matter. Because, again,
you couldn't pursue it. That would have been the first thing would have raised, and the thing would have been thrown out.
First of all, we should all agree.
What do you say when these things were happening, and President Mahama makes the statement he made, a very long letter he wrote to President Akufo-Addo. He said he was appalled that 208 was being weaponized against, you remember, Bobie, Mensa Thompson. He mentioned all of these people who had come under a similar situation. What do you say to that?
These were journalists carrying out their duties.
Mensa Thompson is a journalist.
Please.
He's the head of the security and
now the deputy
Securities and Exchange Commission.
Deputy Director General.
I know Mensa Thompson. I know him. He was before that. He was running some NGO.
ASEPA.
Yeah, ASEPA. So clearly, that letter of John Dramani.
But he was a political actor.
Please let him talk.
But as a matter of fact,
let's hear his defense. Let's hear him.
I think that I've made you understand that quickly. You should go to court to challenge your claim that Article 96.5C has been weaponized and not.
There are others waiting to talk, and I'm going to bring them in. Yeah.
So I'm saying that John Dramani Mahamad's letter, if you read the tone of the letter, he was talking about the use of the law to criminalize journalists. I've read the letter, and I've read it more than once.
What you were saying, is it different from what we are hearing the opposition say today?
It's different.
Oh, how?
If you are... So when the city journalists, city FM journalists went to the national security to cover the cars, and then...
Alaji, we are arresting people for saying Nduom is back. Oh. Alaji! You and I know you. That's why I say you are not a politician. Today you are struggling. This is not.
I'm not struggling.
Oh, you are struggling.
No, I'm not struggling.
Because Nduom is back. You arrest somebody.
It's misinformation.
Somebody insults a DCE, and then the police catches them. Alaji, never.
Let's hear him. He says Nduom is back is misinformation. It's false.
So you're going to arrest somebody for that?
It's false news.
So the Democrats
has no guardrails. Is back. You're going to arrest somebody for that? No.
Democracy has no guardrails.
Where is the harm? Go to
court and tell.
Never.
Go to court and tell the court.
Never. This is not John Dramani Mahama. This is not JM. And the NDC should stop trying to defend this attitude. It is not in your culture under this president. Let's start with it right.
Let me tell you.
No government is going to be in power forever. So we have to leave a certain governance frame that when we are in opposition, we would love to live in. We are complaining.
But we know that no government will be in power forever.
This is President Mahama's letter. Dear President Nana Akufo-Addo, I am appalled at the growing criminalization of speech and journalism in Ghana under your watch in this 21st century. An investigative journalist was murdered. Under very troubling circumstances. Yet while the Ghanaian people and the international community have demanded justice, government's inability or unwillingness to act is obvious to all. The police have virtually shelved the investigations into this brutal murder. There have also been several disturbing incidents of harassment of journalists in the line of duty. We have witnessed media establishments close down on your instructions despite many appeals to you. Now, in a space of less than 2 weeks, 4 people have suffered police action criminalizing their right to free speech. As Attorney General at the time, who led the repeal of the criminal libel law in order that citizens could freely express their views, it is unconscionable to be suppressing the rights and criminalizing the speech of citizens and journalists. It is even more worrying when the power of the state is used as a pliant tool in this intimidating endeavor. Radio and TV presenter, he mentions them, Captain Smart, he mentions Oheneba Barnier, he mentions Mensa Thompson, as I said, and he says a whole lot. I'll read just his conclusion. This is a dangerous blueprint you are fashioning for our dear nation, and it must not be encouraged. Your actions as president have totally discredited your self-acquired accolade as a human rights lawyer and activist. Ghana has long emerged from the unfortunate past where journalists were cowed by incarceration and brutalization. I fear that if you do not take immediate action to arrest this unfortunate trend, when you exit the high office of president in January 2025, freedom of speech and a free media will certainly be counted as part of the legacy you leave behind. Your brother, John Dramani Mahama.
You are missing this power. It's a President Akufo-Addo. You cannot continue to oppress the people, criminalize speech, when these matters are essentially civil in nature, if you feel offended by them. Alaji, you will not go and catch anybody for any of this. We all know you. I'm not a policeman. And if we give you police, make your IGP tomorrow, you will never do it. Give me so police powers. We have to rein the governance structure. So it is totally out of nature.
They tell you that the police is doing their job, the BNI is doing their job.
It's not true. It's not true. Look, it's not true. Are they not under the direction of the executive? The laws are meant to be implemented. That's one thing. Then if we don't want, when we repeal the criminal libel law, no one is charged under the criminal libel law. If we don't want section 208 and 207, let's go to court, go to the Supreme Court and argue that they are inconsistent with the Constitution and to be repealed. We don't necessarily have to go that way. You can initiate the process politically.
Honorable Nusafseni, have you seen the misinformation, disinformation, hate speech, and other information bill sponsored by your government? Have you seen it?
I've seen a copy of it.
The repeal section.
Yes.
Repeals 208.
Yeah, because we are bringing it into that law. Because
if it's a good law, why are you repealing it?
No, it's being repeated. So you don't want to charge somebody under the criminal and other procedure.
The communication ministry will tell you what you are saying is not correct. That it is being repeated. They have been accused that there are symptoms of it, and they say no, it is not.
No.
You are saying it is being repeated. You know that Section 76, the one that's the twin, that these guys have been campaigning for it to be repealed. That one too, the custodial sentence for it, you are seeking to remove it so that people will be punished with fines, not prison terms.
Yes. I'm saying that is the NDC we know. The new NDC we know. Not what expression now. Has evolved to include media information. Now, we must have a system that filters the noise. We know that democracy is noisy, it can be messy, but there must be a filtering system. If we think that we want a democracy without guardrails, let's remove the laws that are supposed to be guardrails. But I don't know of any democracy that has given unfettered power or right to citizens to say what they want and do what they want. I don't know of it.
Yes, Sule.
Well, thank you very much, Samson. I think that I want to start by saying that having this conversation, if one is not careful, you may be seen or interpreted to be endorsing some of the reckless and very repulsive things that come from some of these actors, people like Abronye and co. You know, during every election, we do this campaign language monitoring. And Abronye, in the last election, consistently was on the top among the people who were very abusive, using bad language and so on and so forth. So no one in their right senses would endorse the kind of things that Abronye and others have been saying. And I've said that I think the MPP as a political party may want to take certain steps to see who deserves to be a leader in the party and so on and so forth going forward. But that is, by the way, just to make it clear that whatever I say here is not in any way trying to say I endorse or justify the kinds of things that people like Abronye say. Now, having said that, I think our problem is really twofold. We have two things that constitute the problem. And one is a bad law or bad laws, and the second is unprincipled leadership or unprincipled implementers, people who come to power and are supposed to oversee the implementation of these laws. Now, if I start from the latter, which is the challenge we have in people not being principled, simply what I mean is that The people who are complaining today are those who were supporting the laws, the same actions not too long ago. And those who are defending these actions are the people who were complaining not too long ago. Just as you've rightly read President Mahamad's letter to President Akufo-Addo. My brother here is talking about the fact that he was making an issue about press freedom. It wasn't just about press freedom. He talks about free speech and independence and freedoms of the media.
That's true.
And that's why the point about Mensa Thompson, who wasn't or isn't a journalist, even comes up. But before President Mahamad did that, on 4th August 2011, President Akufo-Addo had raised serious concerns about the application of those laws. And that was a period when, if you recall, Nana Dakwa had gone to Hot FM to say that President John Rawlings had burnt his own house and claimed that the house had burnt, and the police picked him up. So he cited that as an incident. Then Ato Kwame Nadazi had raised an issue about grader and forest exchange and so on and so forth whilst he was here at Joy FM. Again, the police picked him up on issues of false information and all of that. And the last one was, I think a lady called Amina Mohammed also, who said he was on a bus. And there was a robbery and the robbers raped the women and so on and so forth. And he was also picked up. So President Akufo-Addo cited those and accused the Mills government then of trying to intimidate, stifle free speech and cow journalists from doing their work and so on and so forth. And that is why when Akufo-Addo was in power, I actually wrote an article to raise concerns about why are these things happening. Because he went on to even say that as far as he was concerned, the two laws are unconstitutional. And that in fact, even if they were to be applied, it must be such that there is indeed a threat, an actual threat, or an actual action emanating from whatever somebody says, rather than arresting and prosecuting people on the basis of mere intentions. Because if somebody says something and you say, oh, this is false, this is that, it is perhaps an expression of intention. So he cites the example that if in a crowded space, somebody were to shout, fire, 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 as a result of which there is stampede and people get wounded or die, you can hold that person on publication of false information that has led to this fear and alarm and so on and so forth. So during his tenure, we didn't expect that it would happen. But it did happen. Bobia Ansah was picked up for saying that the former First Lady had acquired land for her foundation. Captain Smart and others were picked up for saying that, Mensa Thompson had said the presidential jet was being used by the First family for shopping in London. And that was the basis for which it was picked
seriously.
up. And if you recall, there was a guy who was even sentenced for contempt, 14 days. He had also made reckless comments and so on and so forth, and indicated that President Akufo-Addo had a meeting with the judges of the Supreme Court ahead of the petition, and that he wanted to influence them and so on and so forth. Godfrey Dami, filed a contempt case against him and said, what he had said will bring the judiciary into disrepute and so on and so forth. And the guy was sentenced for 14 days. So at that time, we continued to cry and shout that, look, these laws are bad. Mr. President, you yourself, you are a lawyer, you had raised concerns about it. Why are they being applied? And so we also supported President Mahama at the time for the call that he made.
Oh, big time.
And what is significant about President Mahamad's letter was the direct accusation of Akufo-Addo as president over the incidents that were happening. Because today, I think it would be legitimate if somebody were to say, but why are you accusing the president? Because it's the police, it's the court, and so on and so forth. But President Mahama, in his letter, accused the president directly, as though it was the president who was either giving instructions or directly perpetrating whatever was happening. And if that was his understanding, it wouldn't be far-fetched for someone to also then say, Mr. President Mahama, why are you allowing this to happen, or why are these things happening?
Especially when the incidents on Akufo-Addo were far less than what is happening
under your tenure.
goes to right.
You know, and if I look at, I just saw from my brother here the charge sheet for Abronya that, as you read, and then it concludes by saying that this, which is like, so the point is that you are not, he said, you are not a judge, but rather a politician who have covered your hair and have is in his words, have covered your hair with a sack and claim you are a judge. Full stop. Which is likely to cause fear and panic and disturb the public peace, knowing the statement to be false. How can Abronya saying this to a judge cause fear and panic?
That goes to defense.
Huh?
That goes to defense.
That goes to where?
Defense.
What does that mean? No, but I'm saying.
Yeah, but we shouldn't be in that situation.
I'm saying that
goes to defense.
So if we are raising concerns today, they do about the kinds of things that are happening and its implications for free speech, and how it will intimidate and cow people who may want to say, "Hey, this thing that I'm going to say, wouldn't it be said to be false?" and possibly said to be something that can cause fear and alarm, and therefore I'll be picked up.
You must know first that it's false.
No, but honorable.
But 208, 207, 208, it doesn't even matter if you even know or you don't know. No. Oh, let's go. Let's read that.
And if you look at, section 208, 207 of Act 29, 1960, is so vague, so broad. Who determines what is true and what is false?
It is not the...
And if you arrest me and say that what I said would cause, knowing what I said to be false, and so who proves? Whose responsibility is it to prove?
The prosecution.
So the prosecution must prove that what I said is false. Or who bears that burden?
The prosecution.
The vagueness and how elaborate it is part of the problem. And that is why since 2010, we have been on a campaign to say, look, this particular law and the way it is can be abused by anyone who has power. The police can pick up anyone, just as they've done to somebody who says Dumso is back. And if in his village, every day, maybe around at a certain point, the power is out.
Senor is feeling it.
And then he feels that, well, what I'm experiencing is that Dumso is back. If somebody in his district says that I think my DCE is incompetent, and I don't know why such a person should have been appointed as DCE, even the president himself, people have described him as incompetent, whether that is true or not. Otherwise, what? When they said at that time that President Mahama was incompetent, he should have arrested the people because as far as...
I didn't give you many examples. There are many statements. You just mentioned 16. Actually, there are many statements made by people who have not been arrested.
Yes. And
somebody said you go and burn John Dramani Mohammed's house. He wasn't arrested.
Yes. Honorable.
That's who said that?
That's
I don't know.
Who said that? Tell us. Who said you burned John Mohammed's house?
One of the flag bearers of the MPP.
Who is that?
Kennedy Agyapong.
He said that?
Yes.
And then why was he not arrested?
I don't know.
But Kennedy, I can't understand. The man asked that they should kill guns and nobody did anything to him.
He was arrested for that.
I was there.
Yes. You know, but
where did he end?
You know where he ended?
Nothing.
You know the statement of just recently. There are many things. You know Salam's statement. Has he been arrested?
Yeah.
Has he been arrested?
Same with
the statement of Nanabi at the police station, did you listen to him? Has he been arrested?
So
Oka in Kumasi, you heard him threatening the police. Has he been arrested? So if you want to count the number of people who have made reckless statements with the arrest,
but you see, what Honorable is saying even affirms the problem in
the law. I agree.
Because if we say here is the law, and doing this is an offense according to the law, and then we are here saying there have been people who have, so let's assume we are saying once the law is there, certain acts constitute a crime, and therefore when people do it, they must be picked up.
Yes.
And here we are saying, oh, this person did it, he wasn't picked up. This person did it, he wasn't picked up. Then the question would be, why are you arresting some and leaving others?
I agree.
Is it because Abronya is an executive of the MPP? That is why he's been picked up? And all those who have been picked up happen to be either affiliates or known members of the MPP. And that is why in our statement, we say part of the problem is also the discriminatory application of the law and how disproportionate people are being treated, that you can be in the detention for...
I need to take this quick break and return to Bobby Banson. Honorable Suseni, would you endorse this? I'm taking a break, but I want you to hear this before. On the 8th of April 2026, the police headquarters, Gambaga, wrote a letter to, 2026, 8th April, wrote a letter to Mr. Shamna. He's in Northeast region. Langbin-C.
Let me say, yeah.
Yes. They said, the district police commander wishes to invite you, Mr. Shamna, to assist in an ongoing investigation relating to a WhatsApp post you made on a platform yesterday, Friday, 24th of April, 2026, at about 7:56 a.m. against the Honorable MCE. Last week, I forgot and said the regional minister, MCE, for Nalerego Gambaga, Mr. David Bukari.
Mm-hmm.
This is the comment you made. They refer to it. Quote, disgrace MCE. Does he even fit to be an MCE self? If not, that one, you don't need to if not Lalero Gambaga, Gambaga. And they said he did this without any provocation. Please, you are kindly requested to report to the police district.
Exactly, this is the problem that we are having. No, I won't endorse it. I won't endorse it.
Yeah, you won't endorse it. Okay. There were 3 regional ministers who also filed a petition that somebody made a false claim of Galamsey. It was Ashanti Regional Minister, Eastern Region, and Western Regional Ministers. And one Wendell Nanayao Yeboah was arrested for false.
But you know that one, I will endorse.
We'll be right back.
How?
Mommy, good morning.
Oh, good morning, my son. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Mom. How about you?
I'm fine.
Joe, I just saw your mom doing her usual morning routine. Like, it was just 2 weeks she underwent a major colon surgery.
Bro, see, my mom is doing perfectly fine, and we're all excited about it. It was minimally invasive surgery, and the recovery has been very fast.
Minimally? Hey! No, wait. What do you mean by that?
So they offered my mom a laparoscopic colon surgery.
Laparoscopic
colon surgery, which we accepted. It turned out it was equally safe with a very fast recovery time, and the cost involved too was very, very reasonable. She was discharged 3 days after the surgery, and you can see her, she's on her feet again.
3 days?
Just 3 days, bro.
Mean Tuber Hospital, First Ghana Colorectal Center, aim to serve a peculiar health need.
Number 1 from here, 2 and 3 from here, 5 and 6 from here, for now. Yay. Now, I have the number 7, 8, and the number 9.
You need number 10.
Please, I can't eat anymore.
I mean, number 10, liver salt.
The effective liver salt for the relief of stomach upset, heartburn, hyperacidity, and indigestion.
Would you like to try number 11?
What?
Number 10 liver salt. Refreshing relief fast. Manufactured and distributed by Ernest Chemists Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome to Sulas Enterprise, the shop that deals in industrial machinery such as generators, rice millers, water pumps, compressors, and mowers. From the smallest to the largest capacity, at Sulas Enterprise, we give you nothing but the best from the best brands such as Honda and Perkins. When it comes to our generators, we also sell mowers coming from brands like Honda, Briggs and Straton, and Oleuma. And when it comes to our water pumps, we offer you brands like Lily, Prudin, and Pedrolo water pumps. We also sell rice millers for all capacities. We are located at Spintex, Kakalika Plaza. Also, find our various locations as displayed on screen. Or call us on the following number: 0243 839 463 or 0554 154 416 or 0240 541 493.
Sulas Enterprise, where quality meets affordability.
In my line of work, a confident smile is everything. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste keeps me on top of my game and ensures my smile is always radiant and bright.
With the tiring nature of my job, we spend several hours under the scorching sun. To keep our teeth white and our breath fresh all the time, we use none other than Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. You're on a Kessie and in a kit one.
Samayo Kendini, a who be here, Semetra Sapapadia to a mammy manfo. Kel Charcoal's natural ingredients, and a bomb is so buying, a man is swing, and a sansu mama hoto so a will beg you.
Kel Charcoal Toothpaste.
Choose Kel Charcoal Toothpaste for anti-cavity, whiter teeth, and fresher breath all day. Available in 80 gram and 150 gram. Grab yours today.
Kel, happy smile. This advert is FDA approved.
Do you want a healthy smile?
Have you ever experienced tooth sensitivity, especially when drinking or eating something hot or cold? It could be a sign of enamel erosion or gum recession. Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. Gum recession is where the gum pulls away from the tooth, exposing the root or neck of the tooth underneath. To prevent and treat enamel erosion, during your periodic dental visits, your dentist may offer fluoride treatments. Fluoride is a mineral that strengthens the teeth. When there is advanced gum recession, your dentist may need to place a composite filling to cover the exposed second layer part of the tooth. Don't wait till you start experiencing tooth sensitivity. Be diligent with your routine dental visits every 6 months to maintain your best oral health.
Healthy smile.
Did you know that laser can be used to help diagnose and treat your glaucoma?
You can have modern cataract surgery like those done in Europe and America right here at the St. Thomas Eye Hospital. You can have modern phaco cataract surgery, retina detachment surgery, macular hole, and all kinds of laser surgeries done right here in Ghana. Term C or so. But it's just to tell you, St. Thomas Eye Hospital provides total eye care for you and your family in a serene environment with world-class equipment.
Visit St. Thomas Eye Hospital's Surgical Center at Mathaheko or their Oxford Street branch.
I say, anyway, Yentong. St. Thomas Eye Hospital, providing excellence in eye care.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. And my outfit, as always, is by Habil Scooter. You can call them 0200 84 1988. 0200 84 1988. So, Bobby Banson, what do you say about these laws and questions of bail, petition against the judge, and the Afenyo's comments as well. Some say that is also outright contemptuous.
Oh, well, Samson, you put a lot of things together. I'll try and then discuss them one after the other. I think that we will all agree that part of the democratic dispensation we've chosen for ourselves is the right to free speech. The right to free speech also comes with responsibility. For one, I am, this may sound controversial, but I'm not against the repeal of that law, particularly, and this is the point I wanted to correct from Mr. Suleiman Brimer's submission. If you read that section 209 very well, it has a part, section 2082. Yes. 2082. It is no defense to a charge under subsection 1 that the person charged did not know that or did not have reason to believe that the statement or rumor or report was false, unless he proves that prior to the publication, he took reasonable measures to verify the accuracy of that statement, rumor, or report. And so the law as it stands now actually gives whoever is charged, and the fact that you've been charged doesn't mean you are guilty, whoever is charged, the opportunity to demonstrate that what he did was in good faith. He took steps as provided by that caveat in section 208 to verify whether what he has said was true or he had reasonable cause to believe that it was true. Because something, like they said, we have both. And the problem that we are facing, and we must face the truth, is that we diminish the impact of this thing when we limit it to the political actors. Because MPP will say NDC did it, like we are seeing here. NDC will say MPP did it, like we've also heard here. But that law is not intended for political actors. You see, I want to put this distinction. There's a difference, in my humble opinion, between sharing your opinion on something that has happened. So, for example, if the president appoints Samson Ladi as a minister, if I disagree with that appointment, and I say that I think the appointment of Samson Ladi as a minister was a wrong appointment, or instead of saying wrong appointment, I use a harsher language, and I say was a stupid appointment or was a foolish appointment. In my opinion, I have, how I see it, I have shared an opinion on the action of the president, which may be free speech. It may totally be classified as free speech. But if I say that the president is foolish to have appointed Samson as a minister, I am not sharing an opinion on the appointment of the president of Samson. I am sharing, if I may say, an opinion on, or I am speaking to the personality of the president.
Oh, and therefore that is false news.
No, I'm not talking about false news.
That you are foolish for doing something.
No. Thompson, I'm not talking about false news. I'm not talking about this law. What I'm saying now is not this law. What I'm saying is that, and I've said it over time, it's not the first time I'm saying it, that in the name of democratic dispensation, maybe since 2000 or 2001, when there was proliferation of radio, TV, it became worse after the advent of social media. We have had persons in the name of social media, in short, in plain language, persons that we say hold political office or hold traditional office in ways that if we do not curtail, and I was happy that Senior Mensah said the MPP as a party has taken steps to advise Mr. Abronya, he said it on your show, that the manner in which he speaks against certain persons, the choice of language does not represent what the MPP wants, and so they've advised him.
Imagine you are a judge and the Abronya matter was brought before you, or the other guy who said Dumso is back was brought before you. What will you do?
Oh, something that's the second stage of the discussion. The first
so
stage,
get to that second stage for me.
I'll get
Dumso is back. Dumso is back. You get arrested by BNI or wherever, and then you are taken to the police, taken to custody. You get you get police inquiry bail, or even if you don't get it, they bring the person to you as a judge. What will you do?
Something those those offenses are purely bailable offenses. If I was a judge, I would never deny somebody the right to bail based on this. If the person is charged under section 207 or 208, if I were a judge, I would never. That is a different discussion.
Yeah.
What I am saying is that we must admit that the right to free speech has been abused by persons either of political colorization or persons of not of political colorization. And if we do not take care as a society, it's going to descend into an arena that may not be recoverable. That is one. The other issue is whether or not if persons are arrested for allegedly committing such offenses, they should be granted bail. It's a misdemeanor. That matter has been settled. Every judge that such persons are brought, I think, should proceed on the account of being willing to grant bail unless the prosecution prove that the person, because of A, B, C, D, the judge should not exercise that discretion.
Let me push you once again. Let me push you once again. Look at this guy in Gambaga. The police bring him before you that he says an MC is not fit to be MC. Or this one who said Dumso, they bring it before you as a judge. Will you waste the state's resources in entertaining that case and say, oh, let's hear your defense? What kind of defense do you want to hear from them?
When you say entertaining that case, you mean whether or not a charge should even be brought?
Exactly.
Some say, I would not want to limit the discussion, and that is the problem that sometimes I have. I would not want to limit the discussion to persons of political polarization because it will result in the argument of
we know that's not what you are doing. So answer my question.
Whether if I had the power to prosecute.
No, if you are a judge, not prosecute.
No, you said if you were a judge, whether you grant bail. I said
no, not bail. Whether you entertain that.
No, but it is not the role of the judge to determine whether or not.
It is the role of the judge to determine whether the charge fits the offense.
Something in a criminal trial, the prosecution brings the charge sheet. They read the charge to the accused person. If the accused person has counsel, that counsel may raise at first instance the objection or to say that we want bail. And then if you say that the facts do not fit into the charge, you have right to either raise it preliminary as counsel for the accused person or make a prayer for submission of no case at the close of the prosecution. I do not think that unless in instances where the accused person is not represented by
the constitution again.
By a lawyer, that the judge may advise
your constitution small.
That the judge may advise the prosecution to go and have a second look at the charge sheet.
All right.
I do not think any judge would descend into that arena of conflict.
All right.
But something. Yes.
Our time is up. Our time is up, unfortunately. Our time is up. We wanted a minute each or something on this internal developments coming up.
Next week.
Our time is up, unfortunately. What did you want to say before we
well,
close?
I mean, something. One thing we must all agree is that oxygen is free speech is actually the oxygen of our democracy. But misinformation has a capacity to kill it.
Yeah.
But when you also start taking actions like this and there's excessive reach and overreach in the implementation of some of these laws, you actually also kill democracy. I have seen people go to cells for 1 day, 2 days, and I've seen the mental torture that they go through. We shouldn't just be saying that you have the opportunity to defend. Do you know how many people can actually fund a defense, can actually afford counsel? It's not as simple as that. These actions are getting out of hand. We've seen the likes of Kevin Taylor set the path for people like Abronye, and now I've seen all those things emerge. It's not ideal, but we cannot lose our democracy because we just say we want to protect the peace in some form. What is that measure? To what extent do these interventions really disrupt the public order, and threaten real peace in the society? almost zilch for the most part. Doomsor is back. DC, you are not fit. Then we start arresting people. What next will we not arrest people for? It's not acceptable. It doesn't represent the culture, the tone, the demeanor, the posturing of His Excellency the President.
So how do we fight the excesses? Those ones we can say, but how about the excesses?
Someone says, you cannot say go and kill the president and go free. No. There should be guardrails. The problem has to do with the value system in the implementation of our laws. Threatening the president, you must be dealt with. That somebody should be killed. Threatening this man that he should be killed or him should be killed. No.
Or burning the NDC headquarters.
You must be dealt with. You see, but that's clear. That one you can clearly match crime, an intent of crime, and a clear distinction, an intent to really create harm to society. So that's fine, but not these kind of things.
Thank you. My guests have been Andre Jafar Mensah, Inus Afuseni, Suleiman Ibrahima, Bobby Banson, Senyor Hosi, and earlier we spoke to Dr. Nana Kweku Nduom, as well as Cletus Alenga as well. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon. I'm Samson Ladi Anyeneni.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Danica. Let's bring.
He did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.